Judge, the evidence in this case is graphic and it's disturbing. What happened to Laken Riley is graphic and disturbing, and it is a tragedy. The loss of any life that young and apparently full of promise is a tragedy. And I'm sorry that the family is having to go through this and be here for the presentation of this evidence. People have used this case for their own personal gain, financial gain, political gain. And while this process has its place for testing evidence, it's very poorly suited to healing hearts and minds. So it's the evidence that we have to talk about. And the evidence in this case is very good that Laken Riley was murdered. The evidence that Jose Ibarra killed Laken Riley is circumstantial. The evidence that anyone had any intent or certainly committed any sexual assault is speculation. Most importantly, in this case, you'll hear no evidence that a sexual assault was committed. You'll hear nothing from the GBI, the FBI, UGAPD, ACCPD, that after looking at all of the evidence in this case, scouring for anything that could help prove this allegation in the state's indictment, that they found any biological evidence that would suggest that, any physical evidence that would suggest that. There's no injuries that are consistent with the sexual assault. And in this case, it's an effort to explain a tragedy, but it's not based on evidence. The evidence that Jose Ibarra killed anyone is circumstantial. The state's presentation in their opening had a lot of detail about information, again, that showed that this event happened. But upon a closer look at the evidence that links Mr. Ibarra to that event, it is lacking. You'll hear that his phone was in the area, and you'll hear that the cast team that ran the locations of this phone. And there is good evidence that the phone itself was in the area. What you'll also hear, though, is that when they looked into this phone, when they did a close examination of who was using this phone, it wasn't just Jose Ibarra. It was other people in that apartment who were using this phone. And that comes through an investigation into the accounts that were used through this phone, and also from people who met other people associated with this phone who had used the phone to message people. And so while the phone was there, that's true. It doesn't show that Mr. Ibarra was there. And you'll hear that Mr. Ibarra's fingerprint was on Laken Riley's phone. But you'll also hear that he was wearing gloves, supposedly. And that this hole that was supposedly in the gloves that they found would not have left that mark. you'll hear that someone in that video, in the so-called dumpster video, was wearing an Adidas hat. That's true. When they find that hat, and specifically the hat that was tested in this case, it was worn by Diego Ibarra, not Jose Ibarra, Diego Ibarra. And you'll also hear, and the state will ask you to consider different types of forensic evidence and to suspend your understanding of how that evidence is evaluated. Because while they will say that Mr. Ibarra's DNA was present at the scene, what they'll tell you is that without this software that we can't test, this proprietary software used by the GBI, without that, their expert wouldn't have been able to say whose DNA it was. She wouldn't have been qualified to testify about whose DNA that is. So they have to use a machine. And they're going to ask you to trust that machine where the human being isn't good enough. But with this fingerprint, they're going to ask you to trust a person because a machine isn't good enough. When they run those fingerprints through the database of fingerprints where they know Mr. Ibarra's fingerprint is, it doesn't come up. And so while a machine is good enough in one situation to try to convict Mr. Ibarra, it's not good enough in another. And it's this kind of gymnastics that it will take to tell the story with this circumstantial evidence. We waived a jury trial in this case with the hope and trust that despite the nature of this evidence, that you could come to a verdict that was not just a way of easing this family's suffering, but it was based on an impartial and honest assessment of the evidence in this case. If that happens and the presumption of innocence is respected, there should not be enough evidence to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ibarra is guilty of the crimes charged.
You may call your first witness.
State calls Lily Steiner. Where's this push going? Toggle the Elmo. Thank you. Would you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self be God?
I do.
Okay, please take a seat. Spell your first and last name for Madam Court Reporter, please.
My name is Lily Steiner, Lillysteiner.
How old are you?
I'm 22 years old.
And where do you live? Not your exact address, but what part of town?
Currently,
Yes.
I live in Canton, Georgia.
And what are you doing right now?
I'm working as a medical assistant.
Did you go to the University of Georgia?
I did.
And did you graduate?
I did.
When did you graduate?
Graduated in May 2024 this year.
While you were at the University of Georgia, where did you live and who did you live with?
My address was 1686 Millage Avenue Extension, Athens, Georgia 30605. And I had 3 roommates, Connolly Huth, Sophia Magana, and Laken Riley.
How long did the 4 of y'all live in that house together?
Connolly lived with me for 3 years, and then Sophia and Laken moved in. We lived in that house for 2 years. I lived with Laken at the time of her death for a little over a year and a half.
How would you describe your relationship with Laken?
We were roommates, but the term roommates is an overgeneralization of our relationship. We, our house was like a little family, and we called each other our family. We did everything together. We had family dinners, family TV nights and movie nights. Laken brought a sense of joy to all of our lives that has been missing ever since.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes. Handing you what's been marked for identification purposes of State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize the person in States 1?
I do.
Who is it?
Laken Riley?
And does it fairly and accurately depict Laken as she appeared in life?
Yes.
Statement moved to admit State's Exhibit 1. Request permission to publish. No objection.
It's admitted, and you may.
So, how old was Laken?
She was 22.
Where did she go to school?
At the time, she was going to Augusta College of Nursing, which had an Athens location.
What was she studying there?
Nursing.
Prior to attending Augusta College, had she attended the UGA?
Yes.
Okay. How long was she at UGA?
She was at UGA for 3 years before that.
Did you and Laken and your other roommates share each other's location?
We did.
Tell the court how you all did that.
So there's an app called Find My iPhone, Find My Friends, and you can request to have other people's locations, share your location with other people. So we did that with a lot of our friends.
Okay. Tell the court, where were you on February 22nd?
I went a few different places. That morning I was at our house, and then I ran a few errands, ended up back at our house, ran another errand, went back to our house.
Did you see Laken that morning?
I did not.
Okay. What time did you leave your house?
Around 9:30, I believe.
Okay. And when you left your house to go out, was Laken there or not there?
She was not there.
Okay. At some point, did you become aware that people were looking for Laken?
So I kind of had concerns of my own. When I left the house the first time, I wanted to go get coffee with Laken. I knew Laken was the only one who may have been home. Sophia was taking an exam and Connolly had class. And so I knew Laken might have been home. I went downstairs and I didn't see her sitting at her usual spot at the kitchen table. So I checked her location to see where she was. And I saw that she was on a run at on a trail that she typically ran.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes. I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes of States Exhibit 2. Do you recognize States 2?
I do.
What is States 2?
This is a screenshot from the app Find My Friends of Laken's location.
And is that how it appeared when you checked it on the morning of February 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit States Exhibit 2. No objection.
Two's admitted.
And may I publish? Yes. Publishing States Exhibit 2, could you tell the court what we're looking at here? Explain this to us. What is this?
Sure. So the LR is the initials of Laken Riley. You can see that at the bottom. And underneath her name is a rough just address, I guess, of where she was at. And then underneath that, it says now. This is the exact time of when her location, the way that it updated, it would say now. So that was her location at that exact time.
And is that what you saw when you first checked her?
Yes.
Now, where is that location? And is your house in here as well? And other people? We see other initials. CH, MC, whatever.
Yes. So CH is Connolly Huth. That is my roommate. And so her location right there is at our house. And then MC, that is one of my other friends who lived further down the street.
And LR was Laken Riley.
Yes.
And where is that location that you saw her? Are you familiar with that location?
Roughly, yes.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
when you checked it, what about the first time you checked it? Approximately what time?
It was about 9:30 from what I remember.
Okay. So did you again check it again?
Yes, so when I got home from my first set of errands, and I saw that Laken still wasn't home. It wasn't unusual because it was only about an hour after I checked her first location, so I thought maybe she was just still on a run. Checked it a second time around 10:45, I believe. That's a rough estimate. And I saw that it was in the same location. That did raise some concerns. So I texted Laken and just was checking in on her, and then addressing Connolly in a group message. I said, she's been in the woods a while.
Did you have a cell phone service that day?
So that day there was an AT&T service outage. So I was not, I did not have service if I was not connected to the Wi-Fi at my house. So if I left the house, I was not able to communicate or receive any communication.
So where were you home then? At approximately what time did you get home when you realized that she had not left the woods?
That was about 10:45, and then I ended up leaving the house again because I still wasn't. I just thought she was still on a run, and there was maybe she was on the phone or something.
And then what time did you return again?
I would say roughly 11:30. I'm a little less familiar with what exact time that was.
And when you got home at 11:30, was there anyone else home?
Yes, so I immediately pulled in and I saw Sophia standing outside with her dog. And I got out of the car and she just immediately said, can we go look for Laken? Yeah,
And did y'all do so?
we did.
And what did y'all do?
So Sophia was a little bit more familiar with the trail. We walked down using her knowledge of the path that Laken would usually take on a run. And then when we got a little bit closer, we were using the Find My Friends app to kind of go directly to where her location was until we were standing kind of right around it.
When you were at the location where you felt that Laken was showing on her phone, did you see Laken?
We did not.
Did you see anything that you think may have belonged to Laken?
So when we were walking, Sophia noticed a lone AirPod that was sitting on the trail kind of right around where her location was, and she picked it up, kind of assuming that it was Laken's.
All right, now I'll ask Sophia about that. At some point, did you all return home?
We did.
Okay, when you got home, what did you do?
It wasn't shortly after that we got home that I called 911, or not 911, excuse me, the UGA Police Department.
May I push the witness room? Many what's been marked for identification purposes in States Exhibit 3. Do you recognize States 3?
I do.
What is it?
It is the phone call that I made to the police.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of your 911 call that you made on February 22nd, 2024 at approximately 12:05 p.m.
It is.
when you reported Laken missing?
It is.
Say move to United States Exhibit 3, request permission to publish. No objection.
Please admit it, you may.
Your Honor, do we have to toggle back over so that you could hear it? I don't know the system like that.
Yes,
It's-
we do. If you
we
play it
do.
from the laptop.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure, but we'll see.
Yes, sir. Because I know it's playing, but I can't hear it.
Is that on HDMI? I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
12:05:55 seconds, February 22, 2024.
Mercy Police, this is Jed.
Hi, we're calling because our roommate went out for a run at 9. She usually runs like through Lake Herrick behind grad housing, and we haven't heard from her. And we all just got like service back, so we don't think it has anything to do with the outage. We went to go look to where her last location was, and all we found was an AirPod.
Okay. Hold on one second for me.
Okay.
You said last seen near the, like, IM fields?
It's like behind the IM field, so we live near like grad housing, like building 8, and so it's the woods behind there.
Okay, have you tried calling her since you just got service back?
Yes, we've been, yes. Her family doesn't have AT&T, which is the one with the power outage, so they've had service the whole time, and her calls have been ringing through. We're just not getting answers.
Okay, where are you at right now?
We are,
I'm going to stop Stacey Exhibit 3 at 1 minute in. Is somebody else also talking?
Yes, so I was
Tell the
having
court.
trouble explaining kind of where Laken's location was just because I wasn't super familiar with that area. So Sophia Magana, my roommate, took my phone.
Okay, are y'all together when you're making this call?
Yes.
Okay.
at our house on Millage Avenue Extension.
Okay, are you able to come? Hold on, let me see. Can you come, like, do you know where the intramural field parking deck is?
Yeah, we can go there.
Okay, can you go there and meet with officers? What's your name?
My name's Sophia Magana.
And what's your friend's name?
The one, her name's Laken Riley.
Oh 07:43 seconds, February 22, 2024.
What is your phone number?
The one that I'm calling you from is 678-756-0513.
And what's your friend's phone number?
Okay, I'm going to ask you, do you remember Laken's phone number off the top of your head?
Kind of, but yeah.
Are you about to say it to 911?
Yes.
And is the number that you gave, 911, was that Laken's cell phone number?
Yes.
That we're about to hear?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Let me look. 770.
Do you know if she has class or anything at this point?
She has a class at 1, so that's it's her nursing. She adjusts to nursing school, and she does not miss class.
Oh 08:43 seconds, February 22, 2024.
How did you get her last known location? Was it from her phone?
Yes, it was updating. So that's why we're a little confused. But we didn't see her hours now.
When you call her, does it go straight to voicemail or does it just keep ringing?
It keeps ringing.
When was,
I'm on my way to the
okay,
field now.
okay, that's fine. When was the, how long ago was it that you last called her?
I mean, like 5 minutes.
12:09:56 seconds, February 22, 2024.
Okay, what kind of vehicle are you going to be in so the officers know to look for?
Black sheep.
How did she get there? Did she run from your house there or did she take a vehicle there?
Yes, she runs the trail. Her car's still at our house.
Okay, we've got officers on the way, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. University Police, this is Jared.
Hi, my name's
Another call that got attached. So after you made that 911 call, what did you do?
I drove to the the intramural fields parking deck on UGA's campus to meet with the police.
And where did Sophia go?
So Connolly was in class. Sophia went to go pick up Connolly from class so that they could meet us at the Iron Fields with the police.
And did the three of y'all meet?
Good morning. Happy Friday. The state has rested, and so the defense may call its first witness.
We will call Dr. McClendon Garrett. Man, you can bring your water if you like. Hey, good morning. Can you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the proceedings now before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name, please, ma'am.
McClendon Garrett. That's
All right.
McClendonGarrett.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. You can have a seat. Now, Ms. Garrett, I'm going to refer to you as your professional title, Dr. Garrett, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you please explain to the jury how you're currently employed?
I work for the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities.
And what do you do for, well, tell the jury a little bit about what the Department of Behavioral Health and Disabilities is.
So it's an overall department in Georgia Oh,
Oh,
sorry about that.
The sound was on.
sorry.
It is the department in Georgia that oversees mental health services. It covers a variety of things like outpatient services, hospitals, and also the part that I'm involved in is forensic services. So my job is to go in and do court-ordered mental health evaluations.
And those court-ordered mental health evaluations, are those typically for defendants that are facing criminal charges in the jury?
They are all
system?
for defendants who are facing criminal charges.
Typically, how long have you worked at DBHDD?
For about 8 years.
And was that your first job out of school?
It was.
In psychology, I guess I shouldn't be specific.
Yes, it was my first psychological job.
Okay, we'll get to that in a few minutes. And what did you do, or what have you also done while you've been working with DBHDD?
I have a private practice on the side, but I can't do any state court or superior court cases in Georgia for conflict of interest, so I do federal cases.
Okay, and those federal cases that you handle, are those similar to the ones you handle with your work as DBHDD?
Typically, they're a little different. In those cases, I'm usually doing mitigation evaluations. That's looking at what kind of psychological factors were involved in the person's background that may have influenced their behaviors. So it's not about whether they were competent or whether they were insane, but whether there's any psychological factors that should be considered at sentencing.
Okay, so not specific responsibility evaluations or competency evaluations as you conduct.
Not as frequently.
Okay, but have you had a chance to do some of those?
I've done
in the
some
federal system?
competency evaluations, but I haven't done any criminal responsibility evaluations in federal court.
Okay, and do you have any other work that you do in the field of psychology?
Not at this time.
Okay, all right.
I did do police fitness for duty type evaluations.
Okay, you did do that previously, but not doing that
But
currently.
I'm not doing it any longer.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about your educational background, if you may.
I got my undergraduate degree in psychology from Duke back in 1998. Then I went to law school at the University of Arizona. I graduated from law school in 2003 and came back to Georgia and practiced law here in Georgia for about 8 years before returning to graduate school out in Oregon at Pacific University, where I got a master's and a doctorate, PsyD, in clinical and forensic psychology in 2016.
So you're telling this jury that after 6 years of practicing law, you did not want to continue doing that?
I did not.
Okay. You might have to explain that to the rest of us here. When you, how long did it take you to get your, it's a PsyD, is that what it's referred
It's a
to?
doctoral degree in psychology.
Okay. And how long did it take you to obtain that degree?
I had 4 years of coursework and then a year of practicum that I did after I completed the coursework. That was a full-time placement at Georgia Regional Hospital, Atlanta. And then I went and did a full year of internship that specialized in forensics at a hospital in Maryland called Springfield Hospital Center. After I completed that, I was able to get my degree, and then I spent another year there doing a postdoctoral degree education, also specifically in forensics. So I spent 2 years total at Springfield Hospital Center.
Okay. And is that similar to a medical doctor that works in the emergency room that has residencies and things like that?
So it's mandatory. The internship is mandatory for the degree. The postdoc is not mandatory, but it's recommended, especially if you want to go into a specialty area like forensics.
And you did that because that's what you wanted to do, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have any current license or certifications that you hold as a psychologist?
I'm licensed to practice psychology in the state of Georgia.
Okay. And that covers both clinical settings and forensic settings?
It's a general license, yeah.
Okay. And how long have you had that license?
Since 2017.
And do you have any annual requirements to retain your license, testing, or?
We don't have any testing requirements. We do have annual requirements. Well, actually, it's every other year we have to have a 40 hours of continuing education. So that's done through webinars, consultation meetings, things like that.
Okay, and you are up to date on all of your annual training requirements?
I am. We just renewed in December.
Okay.
Well, it's renewed in December, but I've already done it.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what psychology is?
Psychology generally is just sort of the study of the mind.
And what type of, is there any type of diagnostic testing that you do when you are evaluating an individual?
There's a variety of different diagnostics that people can do. It really depends on the specific situation. So if you have a more specific question, I would answer that.
So I was going to ask you a little about the difference between clinical psychology and forensic psychology. So what do you do in a clinical psychological setting?
In a clinical psychological setting, you would, at a minimum, have a clinical interview, which is where you gather information about the person's background, what kinds of things have happened to them, what kinds of things they've done, their education, and their symptom presentation if they have any symptoms. If there are specific symptoms you're concerned about or specific things they're worried about, like some people want to get an assessment of their cognitive function or some people want to get a diagnosis. So then there are specific tests that can be used for each of those different kinds of questions, and you tailor what tests you're using based on what their concern is, what the referral question is.
And how does that compare or contrast to the area of forensic psychology?
In that way, it's pretty similar. You still are tailoring everything to what the specific referral question is. The biggest difference are sort of in relational issues. If you're a clinical psychologist, you're there for that person. You're trying to help that person. You're trying to be their support. And so you have a different view. They're your client. You believe what they say. You don't have any real reason to question what they're telling you because they're coming to you for help. In a forensic category, they're not your client. The person that you're interviewing is not your client. Usually the person is an attorney or a judge or somebody else other than the person who is speaking to you. And because they have court cases typically or things like that they have to deal with, you have to be more mindful of the fact that they may have an agenda. So you're not taking everything that they say as gospel. You don't just accept the things that you say. You do a lot more on the lines of looking at records and looking at other things to try and to see if what they say is consistent with what has been seen by other people.
Is it fair to say that a clinical psychologist is more in the lines of a therapist? Someone
Yes.
that helps someone through their specific diagnosis?
Yes, that's correct.
And as a forensic psychologist, you are taking the role more as an objective observer, considering not only what that person tells you, correct, but what also you might look at as other collateral sources in evaluating the circumstances of what happened.
That's correct. And we don't do any therapy at all. It would be unfair to the person you're interviewing to pretend like you're a therapist. So we make it very clear up front, we're not your therapist, we're independent. Because if they start believing that you're their therapist, they will interact with you in a different way, and they may come to believe that you're on their side and tell you things that they wouldn't otherwise tell you, and that's not fair. So our job is to be independent and neutral and just reach the best conclusion we can.
And ma'am, are you a member of any professional organizations in your area of psychology?
The sort of standard ones, the American Psychological Association and the Georgia Psychological Association.
Okay. And what about any articles or studies? Have you been involved in publishing anything in these areas?
Not really. I'm more of a hands-on practitioner than a researcher. I have done some presentations on violence, risk, and aggression, and on grooming behaviors. When I talk about grooming, we did a presentation on how sort of predators will bring in, like, it's usually considered in sex crimes where people will bring in girls to be prostitutes and they groom them to that process. So there's a process of treating them very kindly and helping them out and being their savior, and then exerting control and putting them on the streets and making them do things. So I did a presentation for the American Association of Forensic Psychologists that was based on research about grooming like that.
Okay. And how about testifying in court? I assume you've testified in court before, is that right?
I have.
How many times do you believe you've testified?
Not many. Maybe 50?
Okay. Do you have any recollection of the number of times you've testified either for the state or for the defense in a case?
It would be roughly 50-50.
Okay. And each of those times that you have testified, have you been tendered as an expert in the field of either clinical psychology or forensic psychology?
I have.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'm going to move to tender Dr. Garrett as an expert in the areas of forensic psychology, clinical psychology specifically, and I guess specifically on conducting and completing competency and criminal responsibility evaluations.
Any objection? No objection.
All right, so you talked a little bit about a forensic psychology, the difference between clinical and forensic psychology generally. What are the specific steps that you go through when you generally conduct a forensic psychological examination like the ones you would have conducted here?
So I will go and meet the person wherever they are, in the detention center or a hospital or their attorney's office, wherever, and conduct a clinical interview. Spend a lot of time speaking to them about their background, about their mental health symptoms, and about how they're doing at the time of the evaluation. So you're trying to get sort of a full picture of the person from, I mean, we started out with where were you born, all the way up to how are you doing today? And then depending on what the referral question is, there would be other sections. So if I were doing a competency evaluation, I would then ask them questions about their understanding of what happens in court, their ability to describe their case, their ability to think clearly about what their legal options are, and their ability to communicate that information to their attorney.
When you, I guess let me take you one step back before you go see them. You receive some sort of document or referral for this process, I assume?
We get a court order and a referral and hopefully at least a police report, indictments, warrants, things like that.
Do you recall in this case who you received the referral from?
I believe the referral came from the state's attorney's office.
Okay, do you remember if it was from Ms. Gropper herself?
I believe so.
The district attorney, assistant district attorney, okay. Do you recall when you received that in this case?
It was in 2022.
Do you have your report available to you?
I do.
Okay. Can you look on page 1 and, can you look on page 1 and see when you received that?
I can tell you when the order was written, but that's not when I get them.
Sure.
It goes through a whole process. But the order was dated September 30th, 2021.
And then you received it, or your office, I guess,
Our office
DBHDD
received it in May of 2022.
Okay, and I assume there's a process through DBHDD when they get it, and then they assign it to
They assign it to a region, and then the region assigns it to a psychologist.
Okay, so you are assigned to a specific region within DBHDD for these types of evaluations?
I'm not personally, but
Okay.
most people are. I work for the state office, which means I'm a floater. They send me where they need evaluators.
Okay.
So I was working up here in this area for a while. Now I'm over in the east. I move around. I'm all over the state.
Okay, all right. So when you get a referral form, does that generally come with, you said you hoped you get like an indictment or a police report, but does that referral form come with all of that information, or do you have to reach out to the referring office to obtain those documents?
It's supposed to come with all of that. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Okay. Do you recall in this particular case when you got the file that you started working from, what documents you had at that time?
I don't specifically recall what came originally. I believe I got the investigative summary up front and an evaluation from a privately retained psychologist.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm probably an indictment. I don't remember specifically what came.
Okay. Your report, you did 2 different reports in this case, is that right?
That's correct.
You did a competency evaluation and a criminal responsibility evaluation, right?
Yes, sir.
And I was going to deal with the difference in that in just a minute. You touched on it a little bit. What is the difference between a competency evaluation and a criminal responsibility evaluation?
So a competency evaluation is how somebody's doing right at the time you do the evaluation. It's sort of a slice in time. Are they currently able to understand what's happening in court and able to work with their attorney in their own defense? A criminal responsibility evaluation is how the person was doing at the time of the alleged crime. So that answer could be very different depending on how much time has passed. So we have to look back and see what was going on in their life at the time of the crime.
So in this case, the criminal responsibility piece is looking at Ms. Driver around the December 8, 2020 timeframe, correct?
Correct.
And the competency evaluation is looking at her at the time that you conduct that actual evaluation.
That's correct.
Because that is geared towards her case moving forward and whether she can be an assistance with that case and understands what she's going through, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, you did the competency evaluation. You found her to be competent to stand trial, ultimately, right? That's not an issue that you're talking about today.
That's correct.
Yeah. When you did that competency evaluation, how long did you spend with her when you conducted that initial interview?
About an hour and 45 minutes.
Okay.
Actually, sorry, at that time it was 2 hours and 35
Okay, yeah,
minutes.
okay, yeah, I was gonna make sure we were correct. That was in August of 2022, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that was 2 hours and 35 minutes at the Cherokee County Detention Center with Ms. Driver.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall in that report, do you have the competency report with you as well?
I do.
I think this is the same for both evaluations, but you listed sources of information that you had in that evaluation. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And you listed several things, including Ms. Driver's, some records from Ms. Driver at the jail, hospital, medical records from her at the jail, correct?
That's correct.
Reviewed her Wellstar Kennestone Hospital records as well.
I did.
Specifically, some handwritten notes that she had made during the course of that stay at the hospital. Is that fair?
That's correct.
You said you had the indictment, summary report from the City of Canton Police regarding their investigation, and you had a evaluation that had been conducted by a privately retained expert, in this case, Dr. Roberta Ballard, too. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you had the opportunity, I presume, to review all of those things before you went and saw Ms. Driver?
Some things I reviewed before and some things I reviewed after.
Okay.
Like to get her jail records, I had to get her to sign a release of information, so I got that information after.
Okay, okay. So when you went and met with her in August, she signed a release form for you to obtain the records from the jail.
That's correct.
And you reviewed those after your evaluation?
But before I wrote the report. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Did you ever reach out to myself or Ms. Trethewey to obtain any additional information that you would need for your evaluation of Ms. Driver on either incident?
I don't recall reaching out to counsel.
Okay. So tell me specifically, when you meet with Ms. Driver, how do you go about discussing these issues with her? I assume there's some sort of rapport you're trying to establish with her so she can be honest with you. Is that fair?
There's sort of we call it sort of a forensic rapport.
Okay.
There's, we're not overly friendly, but we're obviously, accepting and empathetic. We always start with an advisement of what their rights are. We let them know that it's not confidential. We let them know that they do not have to answer our questions, that they have the right to consult with their attorney, and that anything that they tell us can be included in a report, and we might have to come to court and testify, and that the information can be used at sentencing.
And Ms. Driver had already been through an evaluation with a privately retained psychologist that you were aware of, right?
That's my understanding.
So did she express to you that she understood what this process was going to be like?
She did.
Okay. And she didn't have any issues communicating with you about any of the questions you were asking?
She did not.
So are there any specific types of tests that you do while you're conducting this evaluation, or is it really just talking to her about her experience?
Sometimes there's testing done. I did not do any testing in this case. I spoke with her, I did a clinical interview, I did a competency interview, and then when I went back, I did a criminal responsibility interview.
Would the testing be done more if you believe that there were cognitive issues with Ms. Driver?
If there's cognitive issues, if there's specific concerns that they might be feigning or exaggerating symptoms, if there's comprehension issues, yeah.
Okay.
we would
You did not
testing
have
for that.
any concerns about any of those issues as it related to Ms. Driver?
I did not.
Okay. So when you talked to her, what was do you recall what the first set of topics were about this particular case with Ms. Driver?
About the case or about just in first topics covered in the interview?
Your interview.
Background information.
Okay. And what did you learn about Ms. Driver's background?
I learned that she had sort of an unstable early childhood, that her family moved around and she felt like they were kind of cold, but that she also left the family several times. She left and moved in with boys. She even left the state and moved in with a boy. She had some suicidal ideation early on, some self-injurious behavior, and we're talking about like cutting. She would cut her arms. She, I think, attempted an overdose on sleeping pills. She also abused substances. She started at a young age using marijuana and then cocaine and experimenting with some other drugs as well.
Did you ask her if she had ever been evaluated or diagnosed as a teenager or earlier on in her childhood?
She stated that when she was younger, she did get some treatment. She saw a doctor. She wasn't sure if it was like her pediatrician or a psychiatrist, but that she did see a doctor who prescribed her some antidepressants early on, but she did not take them.
Okay. And you're not aware of any records or evaluation and reports that you've ever seen about her?
I have not seen any documentation of that.
Okay. And after discussing her background, what would your next topic of discussion generally be with an evaluation?
In the competency evaluation, the next step would be to talk to her, well, in both of them, the next step would be to talk to her about her current mental status, how she was doing at the time of the interview.
Okay, so let's skip off the competency evaluation piece. Let's just focus on the criminal responsibility.
So we would do that, the mental status in both evaluations.
Okay. Was there when do you recall doing the second interview with her regarding the criminal responsibility piece?
It was about a month later in September of 2022.
And was there a difference in Ms. Driver's personality when she met with you both in August and September?
In August, she was upbeat. She described herself as being excited. She talked about not really sleeping and having a lot of projects she was working on in the jail. She said she was annoying her roommates by singing and dancing and doing gymnastics. So she was really very upbeat the first time I spoke to her. When I returned a month later, she showed signs that she had been crying before she came into the meeting. She was disheveled, her hair wasn't done, her jail clothing was disheveled, and she expressed sadness and feelings of worthlessness and hopelessness.
Are those symptoms, or those signs of things that you saw from her just in her personality to you, are they things that you would pick up on in the nature of your evaluation of her?
That's pretty much the purpose of the mental status exam, is to look for things like that, because they can show sadness and feelings of hopelessness, feelings of worthlessness, feelings of being persecuted, sleeping too much or sleeping too little, changes in appetite, changes in activity level, change in speed, the rate at which people speak, the rate at which they move. All of that can be suggestive of a depressed state, of being in an episode of depression. And then the other end, the being excited, not sleeping at all, having a lot of projects, really being in, like, a lot of people really love being that way because they get things done. They have a lot of things that they can do, and they have a lot of energy, and they don't feel like they need to sleep, so they'll stay up for days on end without getting any sleep, and that would be a sign of mania or hypomania, which is sort of a subclinical level of mania.
Okay. Part of the sources that you were reviewing in this case, including her records from the jail, is that fair?
Yes.
And those records included evidence regarding medication that she was taking?
That's correct.
Can you describe the medication that she was on while she was in the jail at that point in time? Or even from when she came into the jail until you met with her?
So they actually changed her medications a lot. They tried different things, and she frequently said she didn't want to be taking any medications at all, and she would refuse the medication. So the medications were adjusted and changed and moved around a lot. When she first came in, she was taking medications to address mood, she was taking medications to address anxiety, and she was taking medications to address symptoms of psychosis, like hearing things, seeing things that aren't really there, disorganized thoughts, things like that.
Can you describe specifically the medication that she was on? Do you recall?
Can I refer to my notes?
Absolutely, yes.
So when she first came in, she was exhibiting signs of depressed mood, hopelessness, suicidal ideation, and labile affect, which is how you present your mood, the outward expressions of emotion, and labile means that it moves up and down. So she had shifting moods, shifting emotions. So they were looking at a possible unspecified psychosis, according to the records. So she was prescribed Prozac, which is an antidepressant, Visceral, which is actually an antihistamine, but it's given for anxiety, and Zyprexa, which is an antipsychotic.
And that is, you said that was when she first initially was in the jail. Were those symptoms that she was being observed with in the jail, were they consistent with the, I guess, diagnosis or impressions that the medical staff at Kennestone had of her when she was at the hospital?
So my medical records, I believe, from Kennestone were incomplete.
Okay.
I only had about 118 pages from Kennestone Hospital, and there was only one psychiatric report in that file that I had.
Okay.
And at the time of that evaluation, she was sedated and did not get any information.
Okay, so that didn't really give you any information.
So I didn't really have any information about her mental health from the hospital. So
okay.
I started from the jail.
And so from the initial arrival at the jail and the description you just gave of her mood and her conditions that she was showing, how did that change over the course of the next months while she was incarcerated?
She continued to express a lot of paranoid ideation, thinking that people are out to get her, out to harm her, talking about her behind her back. She also expressed a lot of what we call delusions of reference, which is when you see something that's sort of innocuous and you interpret it as having some special meaning to you. So a lot of people will say, oh, I was getting a message from the TV or the radio, like it was talking directly to me. Not that I was hearing what they were saying, but there was something underlying it, a coded message that was just for them. Other people will think that they're getting instructions from people's facial expressions, body language, objects, and things like that. So she was describing getting a lot of coded messages from sounds she heard, things that facial expressions of people in the jail, that she was doing something wrong, that she shouldn't be there, things like that.
Those records, those reports that you're referencing, those are things that she was telling you about in the course of your evaluation too, is that right?
Those are things she told to the jail staff, that the jail staff documented in their records, and she also told me very similar things.
Okay. And in conducting your evaluation, that is one of the things that you are trying to look at in terms of the consistency of what she is telling, not just yourself, but other people that she's interacting with. Is that fair?
Yes, consistency, and especially if there's if it's detailed. So you look at, if somebody gives something really vague and then it changes, that is something that we are concerned that they might be making it up because they can't remember more detailed things to share over the time, so that it's very vague. And if they do try to use something that's detailed, then the details might change over time. So we look for both of those things.
Okay. And for an example, you noted this in your report that that she said to you that people are communicating with me through their body language and I'm not supposed to be here. Is that one of the things you recall her saying to you directly?
Yes, she said that in terms of how she was feeling in the jail, but she also said that she had felt those things before as well.
Okay. Before the incident date?
That's correct.
Okay. Did she talk to you about how long she had been feeling those paranoias, those concerns about how she was seeing and hearing things?
She told me that that actually started a long time ago when she was a teenager, and that she was feeling sort of a more generalized paranoia. She didn't give me details about what kind of thoughts she had as a teenager in terms of the paranoia. She also talked about having sort of magical thinking, which is when it's sort of the opposite of delusions of reference. The magical thinking is when you think that there's something about you that can control the world, even though there's no real connection. So she talked about being able to read minds and things like that and having a spiritual awakening. And that occurred prior to when she met her husband, but while she was using illicit substances as a teenager. And then she went off illicit substances, and I don't know whether she continued to experience delusions in between going off and when this occurred, but she said that the symptoms became particularly bad approximately 2 to 3 months before the alleged crime.
And why was that?
I think there was sort of a confluence of events. I think she started to feel worse. She suggested that she was starting to sort of question some of the things that she was being taught, and started to feel a little bit paranoid and was starting to experience those delusions of references. She was starting to see things and making them think that she needed to hurt herself, that she wasn't supposed to be in the universe, she wasn't supposed to be in the world. And that she reached out to her family, the family she was living with, and wasn't able to get help and was instead given CBD oil, and that once she started taking the CBD oil, that there was a big jump. She felt like it was very potent. That's how she felt. And that her paranoia and delusions of reference and magical thinking all increased sort of significantly and sharply after starting to take that drug.
Okay. Now, I'm going to kind of get to the CBD specifically. One of the things that you diagnosed her with was cannabis use disorder. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And is that based on the CBD that she was taking?
Yes, she believed that it had THC. Now I have no idea what was in the cannabis oil she was taking.
Right.
But she believed that it was intoxicating, and she continued to take it, and it was causing her significant distress.
Did she explain to you that the CBD that she was using was being given to her by the husband in her life, Mr. Ben Michael?
She did. She indicated that she had ordered some online, but that Mr. Ben Michael, I've been calling him Mr. Joyce, so I'll try and whatever is most
We've got 3 different names for
yeah,
so
so it's hard to
keep
keep up. But she said that he did not want her to use the commercial one, so he brought her one that was produced by a friend or brought to him by a friend. She didn't really know the source.
Okay. So what she was using was one that had been, what she told you she'd been using was one that had been provided by a third party, not the stuff that she ordered.
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair, Dr. Garrett, that the use of substances, illicit substances specifically, can influence or increase someone's paranoia and delusions?
Yes, and even illicit and even legal drugs can do that. Anything that has sort of an intoxicating effect can negatively impact somebody's symptoms. So you have, and cannabis is sort of well known for being something that causes people who don't have mental illness to have some level of paranoia. And so the addition of cannabis to somebody who has a pre-existing paranoia can sort of ratchet that up and make that worse.
And your belief that the symptoms that she was reflecting to you in her earlier years, her teenage years, were those caused by her mental health situation, or were those caused more by drug use?
It's difficult to say.
Okay.
It was a long time ago, so self-report is not hugely reliable for things that happened that long ago. But the way it usually works is either a substance can trigger an underlying mental health condition, can cause a new mental health condition, or can be a way of trying to medicate a condition that already exists. So those are the most common ways that we see, early mental health and substance use interact.
Okay.
Which one of those was at play in this case, I couldn't tell you for sure.
Now, you are familiar with the dynamic in which Ms. Driver was living during this incident that we're talking about in this case. Is that right?
Based on her descriptions.
Yes. Was that also information that you learned through other sources in this case?
There was some information included in witness statements given to the police that were summarized in the investigative summary.
Okay. And I don't want you to talk about anything those specific people said, but you're aware she was living in a polygamous or polyamorous relationship with Mr. Ben Michael, right? There were multiple wives in their relationship. That's something that you were aware of.
Yes, she told me there was another woman before her, but that she left, and that she went with Mr. Ben Michael, and then 2 other women joined later.
Okay. Did she describe to you did Ms. Driver specifically describe to you the nature of how her relationship with Mr. Ben Michael was in the beginning and how it developed over the about three years she was with him?
She described meeting him when she was 16 years old, sitting at a bus station, I believe, and that she found him charming and intelligent and engaging, and he gave her his contact information, and about a year later, when she was 17, she reached out to him, and he accepted her in, and they began a romantic relationship at that point when he was 38 or 39 years old.
Does the age discrepancy between Mr. Ben Michael and Ms. Driver at that time, did that cause you concern, or did that play into your consideration of her evaluation?
Yeah, it was one of several factors. Between her sort of unstable childhood, the sort of push and pull with her parents, returning to her parents, leaving her parents, things like that, her substance abuse, and her young age, all made her, in my view, particularly susceptible to wanting to be with somebody who's older and willing to take her in and protect her and things like that. So I felt like that may have been a factor in why she chose to join this group.
Okay. Did she describe to you the nature of the relationship she had with Mr. Ben Michael early on when they met?
A little bit, not a lot. She did indicate that he got her off all drugs, that she was supposed to be very clean and was not able to use drugs anymore, that she tried marijuana one time at a drug circle and got in quite a bit of trouble for it, and then never did anymore again until a couple months before this incident. And that she basically described, him being a partner, that it was good, and that she believed the things he told her, and that she accepted the lifestyle.
And she accepted the lifestyle when the other 2 women came in to that group. Is that
That's my understanding. We didn't talk about that in any kind of detail. She did not express any dissatisfaction with their presence. She talked about them being there, but she didn't say anything positive or negative about it.
Okay. And at some point in time, they had a child. Mr. Ben Michael and Ms. Driver had a child together.
That's correct.
Hannah in the context of this case, right? Was Ms. Driver ever able to explain to you any difference in their relationship once the child became involved?
I think she started to become more concerned about having a normal life for her child once she had a child. She was concerned that there was no prenatal health care, that there was no birth certificate, that there was no social security, that there were no vaccines. And she started feeling, she described to me sort of feeling like she was concerned that her baby wouldn't get a normal life.
Okay. Stability is something that she was looking at? Is that fair?
It seemed that way.
Okay. You were aware that their living arrangement, they didn't maintain a set home.
She described them as nomadic.
Yes. Going back to the medication issue with Ms. Driver, your records that you reviewed while she was at the jail, you said that they tried her on different medications at various times. Is that common when trying to treat someone with mental health illnesses?
To a certain degree, there was more fluctuation in hers than I would normally expect to see. Whenever you give somebody a medication, you don't know, everybody responds to medications differently. So they start at a low level and they increase, and if there are side effects, they may try a different medication, and then they have to start over again at a low level and increase up to a therapeutic level. Symptoms may change, they may have to address different things as things go along, they may have to add a new medication in to address any kind of side effects. So there's always some adjustment. In Ms. Driver's case, there was more because she did not believe in taking medications and did not want to take medications, so she would get better, and as soon as she was better, she would say, well, I don't want medications, I don't need medications. And they would try to explain to her, well, the reason you're feeling better now is because you're on medications. But she didn't want to take them, so she was taking them sporadically and consistently, and they would lower the dosage to make it less impactful on her mental state. And then they would have to change it again because her symptoms would flare up. There would be a change in her symptoms after that.
Is that common generally for people that have mental health illnesses, have issues with them taking medication?
Yes.
Is it common for people with mental health issues to basically believe that they are okay? They don't recognize their own issues?
That's actually a symptom of schizophrenia. Yeah.
Right. And I guess more particularly so in a case for Ms. Driver, who had a lifestyle leading up to this circumstance of not wanting to take pharmaceutical medication at all, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And further than that, someone that is not taking medication consistently and refusing to cooperate with that treatment plan, that can further, I guess, delay the ability to get treatment for those particular illnesses. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see that in Ms. Driver in this case?
There was some indication of that because whenever she would reduce her medications or go off her medications, her symptoms would become more evident. And she was on suicide watch several times for long periods of time. She had to be restrained because of self-harm behaviors. She put in strapped into a chair. They have a restraint chair that they can kind of roll around, you know? And they had to put her in one of those because she was hurting herself.
Okay. What ultimately did you diagnose Ms. Driver with in this case?
Schizoaffective disorder, borderline personality disorder, and the cannabis use.
And we talked a little bit about that, so let's focus more directly on the schizoaffective disorder. What is that? Can you describe that for the jury, please?
Schizoaffective disorder is, a lot of people know about schizophrenia, so it's schizophrenia plus mood. Schizophrenia is when somebody has thoughts that are different than other people. They may, or perceptions that are different from other people. So they may see things that aren't really there, or they may hear things that when there's nothing to hear. They may smell things that aren't there. They may feel things walking on their skin or feel things in their body. So those are hallucinations. They may have delusions, which are fixed false beliefs that persist even in the face of contrary evidence. And that's usually not just, these conspiracy theories are bound these days, right? Everybody's got a theory about things. Those you can see how they developed, you can see what they're based on. When you're talking about a delusion, it's something more than that. It's when there's really no other explanation for their belief other than that they have a mental illness. So a lot of times it takes the people are out to get me, people are out to harm me, or I have special powers. I can fly, I can see things, I'm smarter than everybody else. I spoke to one gentleman who was positive that he was the president of Mars. So that's the kind of thing that we're looking at with schizophrenia. Plus you also get disorganized thinking. So they may change subjects without any indication of why. They may start out talking about the sky is blue, and then when the sky is blue, the leaves are green, and then the leaves die, and you end up talking about death. There's like these very loose associations between what they talk about, or they kind of flow off onto some different track, and it's hard to get them back. So that's sort of the disorganized thinking portion of schizophrenia. So when it's schizoaffective disorder, you've got the hallucinations, delusions, and thought disorder, plus problems with your mood, depression, mania, and sometimes both. Sometimes they go back and forth. Sometimes it's just one or the other.
And what about the borderline personality disorder? How does that play in?
Borderline personality disorder is sort of a lifetime thing. It's characterological. Oftentimes it's triggered by some sort of trauma or some sort of feeling of abandonment in early childhood, but it's a pattern of behavior that starts in adolescence and continues throughout their life, whether in school, at work, at home. It's a consistent part of who they are, and it involves things like unstable relationships. So like Ms. Driver talked about having sort of a push and pull with her parents. She'd go back to her parents, she'd leave her parents, she'd go back to her parents, leave her parents. That is sort of indicative of an unstable relationship. It's also an unstable sense of self. So you might one minute think, oh no, I'm a good person. I'm a great person. I do good things. And then the next minute you might think, I am horrible. I'm a terrible person. And they hold all of this sort of at the same time. So it's they call it a dialectic, where you try and hold these things, and that's sort of a big word, and I don't even know why I used it, but you try and hold all of this stuff inside, and it leads to aggravation, anger, impulsivity, and one of sort of the characteristics is sort of this need to hold on tightly to people in your life. They call it frantic efforts to avoid abandonment. And that's something that was even noted in the jail records when other people in jail when Ms. Driver started experiencing people in jail as sort of rejecting her or being critical of her, she would get suicidal and self-harming. That's that kind of thing we're looking at, where people will do whatever they can to keep people from leaving them. And so all of that sort of comes together to make a very unstable interaction both with themselves and with the world.
Now, in this particular case, were you aware that Ms. Driver had continued to have contact with Mr. Benyamin while she was in custody?
I had heard that occurred, yes.
Is that something that would be a consistent symptom of someone that has borderline personality disorder, as you just described it?
Yes, in my opinion it is.
Okay. Would that be more particularly heightened in a situation like this, where she viewed him as the leader of this group, this cult type of religious foundational group?
That plus just sort of the general stress that was in her life, all of those can increase that kind of thing.
Okay. Now, these diagnoses that you made, they are based on actual psychological findings through medical journals. Is that accurate?
There's a criteria that has been set out in the Diagnostic Statistic Manual that lays out all of the well-researched and defined different kinds of disorders and what their specific criteria is to meet those.
And what are we up to now on the DSM-5?
The DSM-5-TR, the text revision.
Okay.
So it's right after 5.
All right. And those, I presume as a clinician or even as a forensic psychologist, you interview someone, you make notes of everything you see, and you go back to the DSM guidelines just to review and make sure, all right, do I think this person meets this particular diagnosis? Is that fair?
Yeah, there's sort of an interplay. You go and we study the book, right? So we know generally what we can sort of we'll get triggered. When somebody says something or does something, we'll go, okay, that reminds me of X, Y, Z. So then you would ask them more questions because you want to see if it meets. And then you take everything back, and yes, you pull up the diagnostic criteria and you walk through, does she meet? Because there's like a whole list of criteria. And they have to meet some of them, but not all of them, because nobody is the same. Everybody is different. And so you look at all of them and you see where do we have signs that she meets that criteria, and where is that supported by other sources as well.
Now, you have talked a little bit throughout your testimony about confirming that someone isn't making it up.
Yes.
I think in the medical parlance they call it malingering.
Yeah, there's a couple different ways. Malingering is one. That's an intentional fabrication of symptoms, or an intentional exaggeration of symptoms, specifically for the purpose of secondary gain. But we also have to be aware that not everybody's, secondary gain is hard to prove and hard to demonstrate. So you're also looking for just, are they exaggerating for whatever reason, because it's their personality to exaggerate? Are they exaggerating everything? So just because somebody is malingering or feigning or exaggerating one thing doesn't mean they don't have a mental illness, doesn't mean they aren't being honest about other things. So you really have to parse all of that out.
And you took steps in your evaluation to determine if you believed that she was either faking it or malingering or anything that would...
I didn't do any testing, but I did pay attention to that. That was something that I seriously considered.
Does that go back to the idea of her consistency with the statement she was giving you in both of your interviews you conducted?
Yes.
Is it also fair to say that you were able to evaluate that based on not only what she told you, but what she had told Dr. Ballard in the reports that she conducted?
I didn't look too carefully at what she told Dr. Ballard, so I couldn't testify about what she told Dr. Ballard, but generally speaking, my recollection was that it was very consistent.
Okay.
And it was consistent with what was in the reports from the jail.
All right. So you had jail records that were indicating those same ideas and symptoms, correct?
Correct.
You had at least a report from Dr. Ballard which drew similar conclusions that you looked at and reviewed, right?
Yes.
And you obviously had your own evaluations that you conducted of her over 2 different periods of time.
Yes.
And you spent about 4 hours and 15 minutes by my calculation with her over the course of 2 times. Is that fair?
About that, yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that that's a fair time frame to spend with someone when conducting forensic evaluations such as this?
It's more than we usually do.
Okay. Okay. Can you explain, I think you talked about it a little bit, can you explain the delusional compulsions and what delusions are specifically?
So I talked about delusions a little bit already, but they are a fixed false belief that it's held even if you have evidence to the contrary, and is so unusual that it couldn't be justified, it couldn't be explained by any other reason other than there's something wrong with the way the person's thinking. A delusional compulsion is when a person, if their delusion had been real, then it would have justified their conduct.
Can you give us an example of a delusion generally that you see frequently in your line of work?
There's so many. A lot of them have to do with, I saw a gentleman who believed that his family members had been replaced with imposters, that they looked like his family members and they talked like his family members, but he actually believed that there were aliens inside there, like pod people, I guess. He believed that they had taken over his parents' appearance and bodies to harm him.
And what specifically in Ms. Driver's case can you point to as some examples of delusions that she was dealing with?
So she talked generally about paranoia, that everybody was ganging up against her, everybody is talking about her, everybody is out to get her in some way. She talked about on sort of the opposite end of the spectrum, sort of a grandiose delusion that she had special powers and special skills, And that started back when she was a teen with believing that she could read minds and that people could read her mind and things like that. It continued with this sort of magical thinking that things that she did could impact the world. So if she, walked the right way, talked the right way, breathed the right way, then it would be good for the world. If she walked the wrong way, breathed the wrong way, talked the wrong way, that it could be bad for the world. And that is sort of she also talked about delusions of reference, which I also talked about before, thinking that somebody's facial expression, that they were giving them a specific message and not like a "I don't like you" message, like, because people glare at you. We all do that, right? But she's talking more about somebody would talk about death in a completely different context. And she interpreted that as they're telling me specifically that I have to kill myself, that kind of thing. She would see a knife just lying out in somebody's kitchen where it's supposed to be. And she would see that and she would interpret that as, that's a sign that I need to kill myself. Kill myself and my baby, cut cut her throat, cut my throat. So she had a lot of that was going back at least a month or two before this actually happened.
And you were able to observe or identify those delusions based on what Ms. Driver was telling you, number one, right?
Yeah.
And also, you were seeing that from some collateral sources in this case based on statements made in the investigative summary from the police department.
That's correct. And she said it to the jail.
Yes. So, for example, if she was, like an example of a delusion to her could be a fellow inmate at the jail saying that her grandmother died, she could interpret as a statement to her that she needed to kill herself.
She could. That's not one of the ones she specifically mentioned. She mentioned being at a 12 Tribes event where they were talking or preaching about being accepting of death, and she interpreted that as the sign that it was time.
And are you aware that she went to a 12 Tribes event the morning of December 8th?
Yeah, that's the one she was speaking of.
Yeah, she was specifically telling you about that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you described what delusions are and what delusional compulsion are. Did you believe that Ms. Driver was suffering from delusional compulsions during this time frame?
I believe she was experiencing delusions.
Okay. You were aware that she was reporting issues and evidence of domestic violence, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You were aware there was an incident about 10 days before the December 8th incident of report with law enforcement in North Carolina where she had a black eye? Were you aware of that?
I was aware that she had a black eye when she went to see her mother.
Yes. You saw that source in the information that you were provided that her mom reported the black eye to law enforcement.
I believe so. I don't have a specific memory though.
Okay. Are you aware that there was a time frame? Did Ms. Driver tell you about a time frame in which Mr. Benjamin, or Mr. Ben Michael rather, took their child from her and had her away from her for a period of time?
She did.
Okay. Did she talk about how that affected her mental state? Did that add things to your evaluation with her?
She talked about that in terms of why she went back to him. That she had called her parents, texted with her parents, and asked them to come pick her and Hannah up, but that she used it from a phone that's monitored by Mr. Benjamin, and that he discovered those messages and came and took Hannah away from her before she could go. That her parents did come get her, but only got her. And that he was telling her that she would never see her daughter again if she didn't come back, so she returned back.
Okay. She talked to you about the nature of how she felt about her child, right?
A little bit, but not that much.
Did she tell you things about how she felt like she was downloading herself with Hannah when she breastfed?
She did. She talked about that she believed that she was downloading her sins or the bad parts about her to her child through breastfeeding. She also talked about pouring her sin into the child. And I believe there was a statement, report from Mr. Benyamin to the police that was described in the investigative report that she called Hannah, that Hannah was no longer her child, but was a sin. And so there was a lot of evidence that she really believed that by having a child with somebody who was married, by having a child in this sort of open relationship, that it was a sin, and that she passed that sin on to her daughter, and so they shared that they were both embodiments of sin.
Okay, and you specifically indicated in your report that she believed that she needed to take her own life because of those delusions. Is that fair to say?
That was my impression, yes.
Okay.
That and everything in the world was telling her to.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just about the belief about sin, it was those delusions of reference that she was experiencing both before, during, and after, that everything was telling her that she needed to do this in her mind.
Okay, Judge, can I have one? These delusions that Ms. Driver was experiencing, do you believe that they go beyond what Mr. Joyce was trying to teach her with respect to their belief system?
I do. I mean, there were certainly things that she talked about that aligned with the things that he taught her. But there are several reasons why I don't think that the ones that were really leading up to this were actually part of that religious belief, mostly because she started questioning those religious beliefs, and then she started getting a lot of distress about it. And while the beliefs, the magical thinking parts, that she could impact the world, that may have been something that she learned from Mr. Benyamin, but the delusions of reference, those are different. Those are something else that, as far as what I've seen and what I've been told so far, is not a part of their religious beliefs, that that everything's telling you you need to die is not part of it, as far as I've seen. And the other reason I don't believe that it's entirely just what she's been taught is that she was having delusions before she ever even met him. And so you take somebody who's vulnerable, who's young, who's already delusional, who's already using drugs, and you bring them in and you start teaching them this stuff. You can, a sane, stable person might start believe it, maybe, but a person who has a personality disorder and a delusional disorder and a substance use disorder, you're teaching them something that increases those problems as opposed to decreasing those problems. So if she started out, that's sort of her baseline. And she started out as vulnerable and delusional and was only made worse by this. So while it may be consistent, that doesn't mean that's all it is.
Without her receiving any medical treatment during that period of time, and particularly the months leading up to this incident, is it fair to say that her situation would only get worse?
That would be my assumption, yes.
Yeah. This is not, what you've diagnosed her with, this is not like being diagnosed with the common cold or the flu that you can...
It's not going to go away by itself, no.
Right. This takes medical treatment in terms of pharmaceuticals, therapy, a whole host of things. Is that
All
fair
of
to
those
say?
things, yes.
And will be something that Ms. Driver has to address for the rest of her natural life.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
It may be episodic. It can come and go. People get on medications and they do better, and they have treatment and they do better. But even with the treatment, it can still come back. And then you need to adjust your treatment. People can sort of learn to tolerate psychiatric medications just like they can learn to tolerate drugs. So you need to constantly be vigilant and aware of the things that are the early signs so that you can make changes before things get bad. And that's not really something people with schizoaffective disorder are good at.
Particularly, as you've seen in the jail record, someone that's not consistently taking her medication, right?
Right.
There were other indications that, or Ms. Driver, did she talk to you about how she was attempting, you said she was attempting to, I guess, not believe some of the following and teachings that Mr. Joyce had, but was there also indications that she was trying to leave that setting with her child?
She told me she tried to leave multiple times. She talked about one incident. She really only talked about two in particular, but one of them was an incident where she ran out in the street and tried to flag down a motorist. And the other one was when she called her parents and tried to get the parents to come pick her up and take her home to Tennessee.
Were you aware that her relationship with her parents was somewhat isolated by this group setting?
My understanding from the things that Ms. Driver told me was that she was incredibly isolated from everybody outside of the little family that they made, that she was not allowed to speak to other people unless they were trying to recruit them, that she wasn't allowed to go into stores or spend money or use a phone without being supervised. She wasn't allowed to have a job unless they really needed it. So she only had like 2 jobs in her life, and they were about like 2 weeks long or something like that. A motel, I think, like cleaning up motel rooms or something like that. I can't remember exactly. But so she was very isolated. The only people in her life were the people that the family, the group, the cult, whatever you want to call them, allowed her to be access to in her descriptions.
Did she tell you that when she would have occasions to talk with her parents that frequently, or even all the time, that Mr. Ben Michael was there listening to her phone calls?
That they were monitored? Yes,
Yeah.
she did tell me that.
And that he would frequently monitor her text messages and communications with anybody through her phone. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
And I think you said it earlier, but your clinical opinion is that someone who was already in a state of paranoia and experiencing delusions prior to that type of environment, that type of living situation would likely enhance that tenfold.
Yeah, at least over time. It may at the beginning because the borderline personality disorder, she may have really liked that close control at first, but over time, without any kind of treatment and things like that for her delusions and things like that, yes. And then I think it got worse with the baby because she started to realize that maybe the baby needs something different. And started to question things, and then the CBD happened, and I think that all just sort of triggered a decompensation, is what we call it, when your symptoms get worse. That she decompensated at least starting in September of 2020, and just continued to go down and was not able to get the treatment that she needed.
As jury has heard from one witness in this case that was with Ms. Driver during the course of that time, a man named Jason Spillers. You were not privy to his testimony. You'll probably thank yourself for that in some ways. He described Ms. Driver as going in and out of basically what he called catatonic states at times. Mm-hmm. Is that something that's consistent with someone that's dealing with schizoaffective disorders?
I think that, yeah, it could be. It's hard to say what would have caused that. She told me about one of those as well.
Okay.
She told me that I believe it was on Hannah's birthday that she went into a catatonic state. She said that she felt like it was more of the magical thinking. She said that her brother had been shot and that she felt like her that she somehow caused it, that it was somehow her fault, even though he was in Florida and they were up in Connecticut. And that she couldn't move, she couldn't breathe, she couldn't eat, she couldn't do things because she was afraid that it would have a catastrophic effect of some sort. She didn't have a specific thing that she said would happen, except that she was afraid she'd never be able to touch her daughter again, was one thing she mentioned. And that she did not get up until Mr. Joyce, what is Ben Michael.
Joyce. You can call him Z if you'd like.
Sort of forced her to get up. I think she said that he poured water on her, that he kicked her, that he set Hannah on her chest to try and make her get up, and that she eventually did get up, but that she was still in sort of a depressive state, and she was very unhappy about, looking like crap and going down and having pictures taken with the family and things like that. And then she also started to talk about some delusional thoughts she had about photographs and people taking photographs so that they could download you back into that point in time, and that sort of it would create. And this is something I've heard from other people as well. This is not as unusual as it might sound, but that by taking a photograph of somebody, you sort of create, I don't know, like anybody back up their hard drives, and you create a picture of what happened at that time. So if anything goes wrong, you can go back to that. That's sort of what she was describing, that by taking a picture, he could then, if she died, download her back into that same spot, which she found to be very distressing.
Just one final question, Dr. Garrett. There's no, we're going to hear from Dr. Ballard later, so I don't want to put words in your mouth about what findings she made in her report, but is it fair to say that your belief that she met these DSM diagnoses as far as schizoaffective disorder, bipolar, is that consistent with what you saw in Dr. Ballard's report as well?
I believe so, but I don't remember specifically what the opinions or diagnoses Dr. Ballard made.
Is it also fair to say that experts such as yourself, particularly in the field of psychology, can have disagreements about someone's diagnosis?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just people. We do our best. We can make mistakes. We can interpret things differently. And that's not even necessarily a mistake. People interpret things differently. And then there's also a lot of gray area. So you might say, well, she doesn't have schizoaffective disorder. She's got bipolar disorder with psychotic features. It's the same factors. It's the same symptoms, just they align a little bit differently. So people may disagree on whether it's this one or that one, or whether it's an unspecified psychotic disorder because it seems a little different than your normal psychotic disorder, which could be impacted by lifestyle and things like that. So yeah, there's gray area, there's a lot of room for different ways of interpreting, different ways of seeing evidence, and everything has to come from a human as well. So we get our information, and this driver is a human. The people at the jail who took down notes about what she did are humans. Everybody makes mistakes, everybody interprets things through their own lens. So yes, there is room for disagreement.
But your final conclusion is that she definitely suffered from these disorders that you have diagnosed her with, and was.
I am confident that she was experiencing delusions. I'm confident that those delusions included paranoia, delusions of reference, and magical thinking. She also reported auditory and visual hallucinations. She also described and exhibited both depressive mood and sort of hypomanic manic mood that I was able to see both sides of that coin. So yes, there may be different ways of arriving at what the actual name of the diagnosis is, but I am confident in the symptoms that I observed and documented.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, we're going to take a recess before cross-examination, and I'm going to let you be in recess for 15 minutes. That'll be back in the jury room at 5 till 11. Leave us your notepads. Don't talk about the case. You can step outside if you'd like. Be back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
and I didn't think anything of it. And then at
Arrived on the
How long the next witness will take.
She will be like the first two, because it's Connolly Huth, so maybe 20 minutes.
Let's take one.
Yes, sir.
Take her. Who is that?
Connolly Huth.
Connolly Luke?
H-U-T.
Huth. I see it now.
Huth. Connolly. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self? Yes, I do. Okay, please take a seat. Spell your first and last name, please.
my name is Connolly Huth, CONNOLLYHUTH.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
What do you do for a living?
I'm currently unemployed. I graduated in May and I'm waiting to go to grad school.
Where are you going to go to grad school?
Mercer.
What are you going to study?
I'm going to get my master's in mental health counseling.
You graduated from where in May?
The University of Georgia.
What's your undergrad degree in?
Psychology.
Did you, when you attended the University of Georgia, have roommates?
I did.
Can you tell the court, where did you live?
I lived at 1686 Millage Avenue.
Who lived there with you?
Laken Riley, Sophia Magana, and Lily Steiner.
How long have you known Laken Riley?
Known her for over 2.5 years.
Where did y'all meet?
We met, well, she came over to my house to see the house, so in the house.
Would you and Laken run together?
Yes.
How often?
It depended on her nursing schedule, anywhere from 3 to 6 times a week.
Tell us what kind of runner Laken was.
She was a good runner. She could run for a long time, far distances. She was pretty fast as well.
And would y'all, when you would run together, well, first of all, did you run races together?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
1.
And are you, which one was that?
The ATHAF in 2023.
Is that October 2023?
Yes.
And would you train together for that race?
Yes.
And could you tell us when Laken ran and you ran with her, are you familiar with her running habits?
Yes, I am.
What are her running habits?
She, like clothing-wise?
Clothing and what she would do on her runs.
Well, she always had a watch on. It was either an Apple Watch or she recently got a Garmin watch. She had different types of headphones she would wear, but she would listen to music while running. Sometimes when she was alone, she would call her mom. And she also had called her mom with me before on runs. She'd wear tight clothing usually.
And why tight clothing?
It's kind of annoying when you have loose clothing on when you're running and it's flopping around, as well as like compression.
How many times have you seen Laken Riley in running clothes?
Many times.
And of all the times that you've seen her running, does she wear running tights?
Yes.
And how often does she wear running tights?
Almost every time.
And running tights, and when I say running tights, can you describe what is meant by running tights?
They're like leggings, so they essentially like stick to your skin.
And when Laken would wear her running tights, were her tights above her belly button, or would she wear them below her belly button?
Always above.
May I purchase a witness, Your Honor? I I'm handing you two exhibits. One is State's Exhibit 16. I'm going to ask you recognize the person in State's Exhibit 16.
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
It's Laken.
And does that fairly and accurately depict Laken in life?
Yes.
And does it also show the manner in which she would wear her running tights?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 16. State's Exhibit 17, have you seen 17?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 17?
It's a video that I took of Laken doing jumping jacks.
Okay, and does it also depict how she would wear her running tights?
Yes.
And the state would move to admit 17 and request permission to publish. Objection.
17 is admitted, and we'll publish 16 and 17.
Let's start with 17 since we've toggled over already. I just published State's Exhibit 17 for the record. Is that the manner in which Laken would wear her running tights above her belly button?
Yes.
And did you ever see, in the times that you were with Laken, did you ever see her running with her underwear on the outside of her running tights?
No.
Would you toggle over, please, Your Honor? State's Exhibit 16, tell us what that depicts. When was that picture taken?
October of 2023.
Is that your half marathon that y'all
Yes.
ran? Okay, and in that photograph, do you see Laken's tights?
Yes, I do.
And again, could you describe, is her belly button showing or not?
It is not.
And is that consistent with what you would see every time she ran, that her belly button was not shown?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you, Ms. Huth, about February 22nd, 2024. Tell us about your morning that day.
I woke up. I had 2 classes that day, so I woke up at 7:45. I quickly got ready, and I had class at 9:35 and 11:10 in Caldwell Hall in the same room. As I got ready, I walked out to our living room and kitchen. Laken was sitting there with her iPad, and she was taking notes and doing her homework and watching Netflix. And for 45 minutes, we sat and talked about our plans for the weekend and what we were going to do later that night. And I left for class at around 8:45 to get on the bus.
When you left for class, was Laken still in the house?
Yes.
And at some point, when you were in class, did you become concerned about Laken?
Yes.
Tell us why and what happened.
At one point, Lily had sent a text asking if Laken was okay, and I was in class and I just figured she was on the phone with her mom and walking around because that was standard, and I didn't think anything of it. And then at around 11:15, 11:20, I got a call from Lauren, Laken's sister, and I didn't answer because I was in class. And then she called me again, and I didn't answer. And I texted her and I said, like, I'm in class, what's up? And she asked me if I'd heard from Laken, and I immediately went into panic. I stepped outside of the class and I called Lauren back and said I'll try to figure out what's going on. So I then called my 2 roommates, and both of their phones went immediately to voicemail, and then I tried calling Laken, and her phone rang and rang and then went to voicemail.
Why were you panicked immediately?
Just because she would run for a long time, but I knew she had class that day, and I knew that she wasn't one to be late or off schedule.
All right. So, at some point, did you meet up with the University of Georgia police officers?
I did.
When did you do that, and where were you?
I had Sophia pick me up from my class around 12:15, 12:20, and she took me straight to the intramural fields to meet with the officer and Lily.
How long did y'all stay there that day?
6 hours, 7 hours.
When was your last communication with Laken Riley?
9 o'clock.
At what day?
On February 22nd.
Okay. And did you ever hear from her after that?
No, I did not.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's all I have. I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Heath, I'm going to try and keep this short, but let me know if you need a minute, okay? You described Laken Riley as a good runner.
Yes.
How long was a typical run for her?
6 miles,
And how long did that take her?
58 to an hour.
Okay. If the two of you were sprinting, do you know what her fastest time could be for a mile?
8 minutes.
Besides the clothes and the phone, did she often have anything else with her when she went on runs?
Her AirPods.
Did she ever carry a house key with her?
Yes.
And where was the house key kept?
Depends. Sometimes her leggings have pockets. They get in the pockets or in her waistband. There are pockets in some Lululemon brand leggings, so in there, or in her jacket pocket.
And I believe you told officers that it was typical for her to wear 3 layers of clothing on a run. Is that right?
Sometimes, yes.
And sometimes when she was getting heated on runs, she would remove the middle layer, the shirt in between the jacket and the bra.
No.
You didn't tell the officers that she would ever remove a layer of clothing?
Between where?
She would sometimes remove her shirt when she got heated on runs.
She would take her shirt off and have her sports bra on, but it was only when I was with her.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Just briefly, did you see the Ring doorbell footage of February 22nd at 9 a.m., 9:03 a.m. when Laken left the house?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the clothing that she was wearing that day?
Yes.
What was the clothing she was wearing?
She was wearing Lululemon black leggings, a Lululemon zip-up jacket, lapis black, and her white Hokas.
And Hokas are what for the record?
Tennis shoes.
Okay. And that Lululemon black jacket, you've seen Laken wear that one before?
Yes.
And would you describe that as a tight jacket or a loose jacket?
Tight.
And how tight is that jacket?
Very tight.
That's all I have now.
You should be excused.
Yes, sir.
Let me go down, ma'am. This time we'll break for lunch. We're in recess till 1 o'clock.
Cross-examination.
Dr. Garrett, what percentage of the population has a mental health disorder?
Oh, I don't know. Do not know the answer to that question.
Okay, is some type of mental health diagnosis pervasive in our society?
Yeah, because the diagnoses range from very mild to extreme. So yeah, we all have symptoms and things that bug us.
Okay.
That could fall into a category.
All right, and you'd agree that having a mental health diagnosis is not the same question as whether somebody is criminally responsible, correct?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay, and somebody can have schizoaffective disorder and still be criminally responsible.
They can.
And somebody can have borderline personality disorder and still be criminally responsible.
They can.
And somebody can have cannabis use disorder and still be held criminally responsible.
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you specifically, I'll go back sort of to the beginning. You talked about how one of the things you diagnosed her with was cannabis use disorder. And in your report, isn't it true that you indicated that Ms. Driver told you that she believed that that CBD had high levels of THC in it?
Yes, she told me that.
Okay. And when you were testifying about the reasons for your diagnosing her with cannabis use disorder, you talked about the intoxicating effects of THC, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so in making that diagnosis, are you assuming that there was THC in that substance?
Yes.
Okay. And so if you learned that when she went to the hospital on December the 8th, she was tested and she tested negative for THC and the substance was tested and only tested positive for CBD, would that change your diagnosis?
Yes.
Okay.
It would change that one diagnosis, not the others.
Okay. And you also put in your report that Ms. Driver represented to you that her use of CBD was involuntary, correct?
That she said that she wanted to use CBD oil that she purchased online, but she wasn't allowed to, so she was given the CBD oil that was brought in by a friend. She didn't know its source, but that after a while it was not helping her and she felt like she felt worse, but she was then required to keep taking it.
Okay. Are you aware that Ms. Driver was evaluated by 3 different doctors in this case? Dr. Ballard first, then you, then a Dr. Zaham?
I heard about the third evaluator recently, but I've never seen a report or any information about that.
Okay. Were you aware that she told Dr. Zaham when asked about the CBD that it was still in her bag, but she doesn't even remember if she was still taking it?
I'm going to object. She just said she doesn't know anything about Dr. Zahm's report.
I was never given the report. I've never been told what was in the report.
Sustain the objection.
All right.
I'll strike the question too, since you read the report into the record.
I'll rephrase my question.
All right, I'll strike that question and you can
I'll
move on.
rephrase it. If she told Dr. Zaham that the CBD was still in her bag, but she doesn't even remember if she was still using it, would that be inconsistent with what she told you?
It would be inconsistent to the extent of whether she remembers it or not. That doesn't necessarily mean she didn't take it.
Okay. Now you indicated that, I think your language was that you became aware of the fact that she was still communicating with Benjamin Ben Michael after your evaluation. Is that right?
I heard something about her accessing text messages or some sort of communication device from within the jail.
Okay. But you spent over 4 hours with her on August the 11th of 2022 and September the 2nd of 2022?
Yes.
And she told you all kinds of things about her relationship with Benjamin Ben Michael and how abusive and oppressive it was, right?
She gave me a lot of information.
Did she ever tell you in your 4 hours together that she was still actively communicating with him on hundreds of jail phone calls?
She did not.
Okay. And as part of your forensic evaluation process, is it typical for the evaluators to tell the defendant what the possible options and outcomes are for each? For example, would you explain to her the concept of not guilty by reason of insanity and what would have to be found in order for her to avail herself of that defense?
Yes.
Okay, and that's typical, right?
It is.
Explain that to them?
It is.
Okay, so she would have known from the jump what would have to be proven for her to establish that defense.
Not from the jump.
Okay.
It's not the first thing you tell them. I went through the entirety of her background. I already had gathered all of her mental health symptoms before we even talked about any plea options. So she had already given me her background information, what she had experienced during childhood, what she experienced in terms of her drug use history, what she had experienced with the cult, what she called the cult. And it wasn't until the competency evaluation when we talked that when we went through all the different plea options and what their meaning and consequences are, that was the first time I gave her any information about what the not guilty by reason of insanity plea means.
And when it comes to people in your type of position that do these types of evaluations, is it common to explain what not guilty by reason of insanity means?
Yes, we've got to make sure that the part of the competency evaluation is to make sure they understand what the different options are and what their potential consequences are.
Okay.
So yes, we go through each one of the pleas.
All right. And she had already met and been evaluated by another doctor, Dr. Ballard, prior to you seeing her, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you know what Dr. Ballard discussed with her about what had to be established for the insanity defense?
I do not know what her proceedings are. I don't know when or where or how she might have covered that topic. I'm sure she would have covered that topic, but I don't know if it was the first thing or the last thing.
Okay. And you indicated in your report that when you met with her, let me get your language here. You found her to be able to maintain a reality-based conversation, and the statements that she made during the interview were logical, coherent, and relevant.
At the time of the evaluation.
Okay. So when you met with her, she was stable on her medication, and you didn't have any concerns about her being able to...
The first time she was mildly hypomanic, but yes, she was generally stable. The second time she was depressive, but she was not actively hallucinating.
Okay. And you indicated that she relayed to you that the relationship and the status of the sort of polygamist lifestyle was positive?
I didn't ask her about that.
Okay.
She relayed to me that she joined the group, that other people joined, and that at the end she was questioning things, but we didn't talk in any depth about how she felt about the relationship in the early years, the sort of the honeymoon years. We didn't talk about that.
All right. Well, did you talk about how she felt about those relationships in the later stages?
She didn't talk about the sister wives at all. I don't know why I use sister wives, because that show, I guess.
Okay.
But the other wives, she didn't. She talked about them existing, but she didn't say good or bad things about them.
So when she met with you, she expressed complete indifference about all the other people in the group and her lifestyle.
Yeah, she just described it. She didn't say whether she had thoughts or feelings about it.
Okay. And are you aware that she told Dr. Ballard, who evaluated her, that she initially didn't mind having multiple women and that it made sense to her, but the reality of it was very toxic and stressful and very hard for all of them to get along?
I don't have a specific memory about that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. And are you aware that she reported to Dr. Ballard that there were frequent arguments, sharing an RV with Mr. Joyce and the other wife, and then a third woman joined, which added to the conflict?
I don't have any recollection.
Okay.
Of that.
That would be inconsistent with what she told you?
Not particularly, because I didn't ask her.
Okay. So you did not inquire about sort of the dynamics of the group on December the 8th of 2020?
I talked about what she was experiencing and feeling. I didn't ask her about other people.
Okay. So you didn't get information about Jason Spillers or Jessica Kafijian?
I knew that they were there.
Okay. But in terms of her thoughts about that relationship and how that related to her decisions to commit the act, you didn't get into that at all?
Those were not the basis for what she told me was why she behaved the way she behaved.
Okay. But one of the things that you were capable of reviewing in this case and had was her handwritten notes from December the 9th of 2020, the day after she killed Hannah, right?
I did have those.
Okay.
Or at least I had some. I don't know if I had the totality.
All right. So in terms of her very first statements about why she killed Hannah, are you aware that she said, "I was going insane and no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him"?
I don't have a specific memory of that, but I may have had that piece of information.
Okay. Are you aware that in her first statements about why she killed Hannah, she said, "I only wanted my baby and husband, but he refused"?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You'd agree that her own statements the day after she killed Hannah about what motivated her act would be highly relevant to her state of mind the day before?
It'd be relevant, not necessarily dispositive, since she was medicated and in trauma.
Okay.
but it would certainly be relevant.
All right. So your evaluation of her was taking place in 2022, and these statements she was making to law enforcement was the day after. Can we agree on
So
that?
it would definitely improve her memory.
Okay.
For the record, she made those statements at the hospital, not too long.
I'm sorry. She made them to law enforcement at the hospital. And did you, in reviewing and reaching your conclusions about this case, review all of these handwritten notes that she
I
provided to
reviewed the
law
ones that I
enforcement?
had.
Okay. Can I approach and show you and see if you recognize them?
Sure. I don't recall this one.
Okay. And in your report, in your report, you indicate that one of the things you received were the Kennestone Hospital handwritten notes of Chloe Driver, correct?
Yeah, they actually said Kennestone Hospital on the top, and that one didn't, so I'm not sure. If I can look at my notes, I might have a copy of the ones that I actually
Okay.
reviewed, if that's okay.
Are you, I can approach. Is this what you're referring to?
I think the other records that Ms. Driver had.
Those are the ones that I had.
Cruise's notes, not the Kennestone Hospital.
These are the ones that you have?
Those are the ones that I have.
All right. So you would have known in your evaluation of her that Ms. Driver told the psychiatrist at Kennestone Hospital, I was stating for months I couldn't handle my husband's lifestyle anymore.
I would have had it. I don't specifically remember everything that she wrote. There's a lot of information in this
Okay.
case, I'm afraid.
And you would have known that she wrote to the psychiatrist for the first 2 years, not so much because it was just us traveling, but then once he got people listening to him more, I started feeling scared and was begging for attention for us to be with the baby.
I don't remember that one either.
Okay, so these statements about her begging for attention, her not liking his lifestyle, these statements that she made close in time to the crime, you did not factor those into your determination about what her...
There were certain ones that I remember reviewing, saying that she felt, can I reflect, I can't remember whether you, I don't think I got an answer on whether I could review the notes that I had to reflect
Sure,
my
of course.
recollection.
You can't read them, but you can refresh your recollection of them.
Let me just see if I have them here.
You can read them, you can't read them.
Can't read them loud. I hear ya. This is the one thing. Okay, yes, I did review that.
You did review what?
The document you just read.
Okay. And are you aware that she made statements that to law enforcement the day after she killed Hannah that stated, I just wanted to have a normal life with Nimsy?
I don't have a specific recollection. It wouldn't surprise me, though.
Okay. And would statements about wanting to have a normal life with her baby, wanting to be with just her husband and her baby, and wanting to be away from the cult, would those things be delusional?
No?
Okay. Those would be rational, right?
I believe so, but they could be influenced by her mental health condition, but yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about Ms. Driver's statements in evaluations and in the investigation of this case that are relevant to her ability to distinguish between right and wrong. Are you aware that one of her first inquiries while in the hospital was, how long will my prison sentence be for killing her?
I have heard that.
Okay. And from a psychological standpoint, let me rephrase my question. Is that consistent with her statements to you about her ability to distinguish between right and wrong?
It certainly reflects an ability to distinguish between what's legal and not legal.
Okay.
There's a little bit more gray area when you're talking about right and wrong on a more ethical, moral appropriateness level.
Okay, but we're talking about the law. So would you agree with me that she has expressly made statements that she understood what she was doing to Hannah was wrong?
She did state to me that she knew that it was wrong, but she also stated, I was at peace because it's how it's supposed to be. So there's, again, both sides of that coin. Yes, she appeared to understand a legal wrongfulness, but there is some question about the moral and appropriateness in her mind.
And you said you had Dr. Ballard's report when you did your evaluation. Are you aware that she told Dr. Ballard, as soon as it happened, I regretted it. I thought I shouldn't have done this. This was not supposed to happen.
I said before, I didn't read her report all that carefully. I did review her report, but I don't remember the specific things that she said. But a statement like that after the fact also would not surprise me.
Okay. So you'd agree that the best historian of whether she understood the difference between right and wrong would be her, correct?
Maybe.
Okay. And when she was expressly asked if she thought her behavior was wrong, she said yes.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. And in being evaluated by Dr. Ballard, are you aware that when she was discussing whether she knew her actions were wrong, she also volunteered that she locked the door so that she could also stab herself in the throat and make sure that she died?
Yes, I'm aware that she locked the door to try and kill both herself and her daughter.
Okay. And are you aware that those were statements made by Ms. Driver in response to whether she understood what she was doing was wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Based on her report.
Right. And you're relying heavily on her report for your testimony about her delusions,
Based on
right?
the other psychologist report.
Understood, not Ms. Driver's report?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, I did rely a lot on Ms. Driver's report.
Okay. And with regard to your inquiry with her about whether she understood what she was doing to her daughter was wrong, isn't it true that she told you that she apologized to her daughter before she repeatedly stabbed her in the neck?
She did say that she apologized.
And I want to talk to you about her statements to you surrounding the actual event. You'd agree with me that the pertinent question for purposes of criminal responsibility are state of mind at the time she committed the act.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? So the testimony you just provided to the jury was from childhood to arrest, correct?
Yes, throughout the whole course of her life.
All right. So I want to talk about December the 8th when she's in the room with Hannah.
Okay.
Okay? What information did she provide to you about what she was doing in the room with Hannah just prior to her killing her?
She indicated that she had come from the 12 Tribes meeting where she had believed that they were talking about death to give her a specific message that now was the time to do this thing that she'd been getting messages about to kill herself and her daughter. And that they got to the location, and that when she went to go join the other two wives in one room, that Mr. Joyce snapped at her and said, no, go to, she called it Brett's room. I believe Brett was somebody who previously lived there or previously traveled with him. So she told me that she interpreted that instruction as an instruction that she should kill herself and her daughter. She indicated that she was trying to do some research on her phone about how to get away, how to escape and move money and things like that. And that she went to try and change her daughter's diaper and didn't have a diaper and asked for one to be brought to her, and somebody threw her a dirty shirt instead, and that she interpreted that giving her a dirty shirt instead of a diaper as a statement to her that she's not worthy of this world and she needs to leave this world. She's not even worth a clean shirt, and that therefore she should kill herself. And so that's when she said she did it.
Okay. And she told you, and you put in your report, that she was alone with Hannah in the room and she was doing research on her phone about bankruptcy and how to get away with her daughter.
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that she had a phone with her in that room based on her statements to you and based on your review of the police report, right?
Right. She said she was doing research on her phone.
Okay. And you also put in your report that she didn't have any access to money. Is that right?
She had told me that part of the deal with joining this was that every woman who joined the group had to turn over all of their funds and put into a joint account to make it more spiritually strong. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but that everybody had to donate all of their money to this account, and that they were not allowed to use it without express permission or access it without express permission.
Okay. And are you aware that she had $1,000 cash in her bag with her phone and the baby's effects?
I did not know that.
Okay. Are you aware that she told Dr. Zom, who evaluated her, that when she left her parents' house, she
Judge,
put...
I'm going to object again. We've already been down this road about what Dr. Zom's report says. She never got it.
I'll rephrase it.
All right.
If she told somebody else that she put $1,000 cash in her bag before she went back with Benjamin, would that be inconsistent with her statement to you that she didn't have any access to money?
Not exactly. And let me explain, because I know you're looking at me like I'm crazy. But she had talked about in the time when she went to try and get her mother, of trying to put together some money, trying to access some money, trying to move money towards her parents. So there was some indication already that she was trying to move money around, trying to save up, trying to do something that would help her escape with her daughter. So I didn't specifically ask her whether she had access on that day, so I couldn't say that it was inconsistent with her financial situation on the day.
But she represented to you that she didn't have any access to funds, right?
Overall, over the course of the relationship, that's what she said.
Okay. And you were not aware that she had $1,000 cash in her bag?
I was not.
Debit cards in her name, were you aware of that?
I did not know. I didn't
Blank
know.
checks that related to an account that had $65,000 in it?
I have no information about that.
Okay. With regard to the actual event, we talked about her telling you that she knew it was wrong, and her statements to Dr. Ballard that she knew it was wrong and immediately regretted it. And we talked about her statements about locking the door to make sure she could accomplish the acts. I want to talk about the specific trigger that caused her to kill Hannah. Did she tell you that Benjamin throwing her the dirty shirt for Hannah was the last thing that triggered her, that nobody wanted her or Hannah to be here?
I believe that was the last trigger, yeah.
Okay, so she needs a clean shirt for the baby. She tells you he throws her a shirt up to the window. He's in the driveway and tosses her a shirt up to the window, and it's dirty.
That's my recollection.
Okay, and she indicated that was the trigger that told her nobody that wanted her or the baby to be there.
That, on top of 3 months of seeing signs and symbols of those things, it was sort of the straw that broke the camel's back, I guess.
Okay, but on the 8th, in terms of her state of mind, on the 8th when she committed the act, that is what she relayed was her trigger for committing the act, correct?
That's what she relayed was the last thing that happened before she triggered the act. I mean, nobody can be parsed into one moment in time. Everybody's life builds upon itself. So if 3 months of seeing everything as being a sign that she's supposed to kill herself, the fact that it was a shirt that finally tipped it over, the last thing that happened, doesn't mean that's the trigger. It's the last thing, the final thing.
Right, but if this jury is going to evaluate what her state of mind was at the time of the crime, you'd agree that her state of mind closest in time of the crime was what was happening in that room with Hannah on that day?
Not really, because like I said, we're not just a moment in time. My sitting here in this chair, speaking to all of you, and having butterflies in my stomach and, anxiety is not just because I'm sitting here right now. It's because I've sat here before. It's because I've sat there before. It's because I've experienced it before. And all those experiences lead up to how we interpret events. And unfortunately, in this driver's case, all of those experiences were, you shouldn't be here, you're bad, you're going to be punished, the world is going to end, and you and your daughter are sinful and you need to not be here anymore. And every single new thing is not a separate thing, it's an additional thing. It's adding a weight on top of a weight, on top of a weight, on top of a weight, until the bench finally crashes.
How much information did she give you about exactly how she killed Hannah? Was her memory intact? Did she have any problems giving you the play-by-play?
She basically said it was fuzzy. She remembered that she had done it. She remembered that she had harmed herself and harmed her baby, but that was, I didn't get first I stabbed her and then I stabbed her there and then we didn't do that.
Did you ask her?
I asked her what happened and she told me what she could remember as far as I could tell, but I did not try and get a blow by blow because that's not necessarily relevant to my question.
Her memory of the event is not relevant to her mental state at the time she committed
She
the crime?
remembered it happened. Her memory of the specific identified details is not, it could have changed over time. I asked her to tell me as much as she could remember. She told me what she told me. It was relatively vague, but I did not get I moved my arm this way, I moved my arm that way, I moved that arm the other way.
Okay. Did she report to you that her memory was vague?
She just gave me a vague report. I don't remember what she said about about the quality of her memory.
Okay. And I want to talk to you a little bit about what specifically vague means, because obviously her mental state during the commission of the crime, what she did, what she remembers, is relevant to whether she understood the difference between right and wrong and what motivated her actions. So let's break it down. Did she tell you that she went downstairs and grabbed a knife from the knife block in Gerald Ablin's kitchen?
She did not.
She did not tell you that. Okay. Did she tell you that she didn't even look at the knife? She just walked up the stairs, looked down, and closed the door and locked it?
She did not.
Okay. Did she tell you that she was scared that somebody would come into the room if she didn't lock the door?
She did not.
Did she tell you that she played a lot of video games and she knew that if you stabbed someone in video games, they die immediately?
She did not.
All right. Did she tell you that she fed Hannah, breastfed Hannah, and then laid her down on the bed?
She did not.
Did she tell you that at that time Hannah was happy?
She did not.
Okay. Did she tell you that she laid her down and stabbed her in the throat?
She did not.
Did she tell you that she stabbed her once, but she wasn't dead, she was just quiet and bleeding out?
She told me that she stabbed her.
Okay. Did she tell you after she stabbed Hannah once, she stabbed herself in the throat 3 times?
She told me that she stabbed herself.
Okay. Did she tell you that at that moment she was standing there wondering why they weren't dying?
I don't remember that.
Did she tell you that she was confused at that moment because they were supposed to die immediately?
No.
She did not?
No, I don't have no recollection of her saying that.
All right. And did she tell you after she was confused about why they weren't dying immediately, she went back over to Hannah and stabbed her in the neck again?
She did not.
And did she tell you that when Benjamin broke through the door, that's when she tried to stab herself in the heart in her chest?
I know she did subsequently stab herself in the chest after stabbing herself in the throat, but the specific timing of it I don't recall.
Okay. And if she had made those statements to another doctor in this case, would you agree that her memory was substantially intact?
Sounds like it.
Okay. And you didn't inquire about those details, or she didn't give them?
I didn't specifically inquire about the blow-by-blow. I talked to her about what thoughts and feelings and experiences that she was having leading up to and during the event.
Okay. All right, we talked a lot about her delusions, and you indicated that just because you have a delusion or a delusion disorder doesn't necessarily mean that you can't be held criminally responsible, right?
You could have a delusion that the sky is really purple, and that doesn't mean that you needed to go and shoplift a six-pack of beer, so no.
Okay. So I want to talk to you specifically about I'm going to try to do a modern day flip chart here, so bear with me. We will complete this together. All right, can you see this on your screen? Can you turn on the screen, Yorna?
It's on.
Okay.
Just warming up.
All right. All right, I want to talk about what delusions she indicated she was suffering from on December the 8th of 2020. And I want you to tell me what they are, specifically what the particular delusion was, and whether that related more to her general worldview or whether that related to Hannah and the acts that she committed against Hannah.
Okay, I'll try.
Okay.
But you're presuming that a person who's mentally ill has got something that's this easily definable. There's a lot more mud in this water than a box over here and a box over there. So I will do my best, but
Well, you have used the broad term, she suffered from delusions. And this jury is going to have to make findings about what particular delusions and how those related to the act.
Okay.
So I need you to try in terms of your professional capacity and in terms of the information you collected and what Ms. Driver specifically reported, because whether she had a delusion is not the issue is what the particular delusion was.
I understand.
So if you could tell me what the particular delusion was, and on December the 8th of 2020, I don't need to talk about her delusions from childhood, what her delusions were on December the 8th of 2020, and whether those related to and were connected to the act of murdering Hannah, or whether those were more worldview delusions.
Okay. She had delusions of reference.
Okay.
That don't appear to be related in any way to their worldview or religion. So I would put it under the particular delusion connected to the act.
And what delusions are you discussing?
Those are the delusions that everything in the world was telling her that she needed to kill herself and her daughter. That's how she was interpreting things that people said, things that people did, objects in the environment.
Okay, so just a general, everything was telling her to do it.
Well, she had specific things that she mentioned. She mentioned the people at the 12 tribes talking about accepting death.
Okay.
And she interpreted that as being a specific sign that not only was she supposed to do that, but that this was the time. I believe she said something along the lines of, she was like, oh yeah, okay, that's it then, this is the time.
Okay.
So people talking about death, seeing knives in her vicinity. She had been talking about that both before and during the event. She talked about, those were the two biggest ones. She talked about a whole bunch of other things, odd beliefs about the world that may have been things that her husband taught her. I don't really know much about his belief system that he's set up.
Mm-hmm.
She talked about there being only 169,000 people in the world, and that everybody else is a demon control robot or something like that.
Can we talk for a minute about the difference between a delusion and a bizarre belief?
Mm-hmm.
You use the word conspiracy on direct. There's a difference between like a delusion and like a conspiracy theory. So when you're having like a group mentality, like a cult, and they all subscribed to like a particular set of beliefs, and you're not just evaluating one person's mental state, but a collective belief, that doesn't necessarily have to be a delusion, even if it's a fixed belief that is seemingly completely disconnected from reality.
Generally speaking, but if you take a set of instructions and a set of circumstances in which the only information that a person who already is delusional, and give them that information, just because it's consistent with the information doesn't mean that it's not playing on her delusions, increasing her delusions. She already had delusions that were paranoid, that people were out to get her. So when you add on top of that instruction that is firmly rooted in this guy's power and ability to say, your paranoia is correct. The paranoia you already have is accurate. Your parents are working with the CIA. They're out to get you. Everybody's out to get you. That does not help a pre-existing delusional situation. So yes, it could just be a firmly held world belief, a religious belief. Certainly some people don't believe other religions and think that's weird that people believe the things that they believe. But in this particular case, you're talking about a woman who was already damaged. She was already delusional. And you pile more false information on top of that, and you can exacerbate that existing delusional set. And so you can make delusions worse. You're more likely to believe the information that's given to you if you're already delusional, if you're already paranoid, and they say, oh, yeah, but you're not paranoid. The CIA is really after you. You start to believe that, and if that's all you hear, if that's everything that's everybody around you, and that's how cults work generally, I'll give you that. That's how religious movements work. That's how all of those conspiracy theories work. But the problem is that in Chloe Driver's case, there's clear evidence, well, not clear evidence, self-report, which is supported by other information, that she already had delusional beliefs and she was already susceptible to that. So they were just made worse by this situation. So while that may be a firmly held religious belief, it's also possible that it's delusional in her case, because not every sovereign citizen is crazy, but some sovereign citizens are crazy in the vernacular.
Sure, and crazy and criminally insane are not the same thing.
Not the same thing, I know,
Right.
I understand.
And crazy and subject to criminal responsibility are not the same thing.
That's correct.
Okay. So I want to go back to this. With regard to her thought process on December the 8th of 2020, based on her self-report, your evaluation, your review of the file, were there any other particular delusions, and what were they, that were connected to her act of murdering Hannah?
The other one that I would say would be the magical thinking that she experienced. And that is also related to the religion that she was being taught, that she was being fed on a daily basis. But she was being told that she had the capacity, the ability to change the world, cause pain or solve pain, cause a catastrophe or save the world from a catastrophe. And she already had magical thinking before this. She had beliefs that she could read minds. There was all other things going on with her before all this happened. So if you put this in there, and she also had an experience of having been punished for not stopping the pain, not correcting whatever she did wrong. She talked about having walked the wrong way and been told she had to do a weird dance or walk backwards to make it right. That she had this power to make it right, and also the power to make it wrong. Another time she talked about being punished for not putting out the right energy by being forced to stay in bed for 24 hours, not allowed to use the restroom. She urinated on herself, that kind of thing. She talked another time about when she was pregnant, she was put into an RV with or a trailer of some sort with all the windows blocked, and the room was completely dark. And that while she was in there, she was terrified, that she was screaming, that she was seeing things, that it really messed her up. And
was that a delusion on December the 8th of 2020 that related to the act of Hannah Driver?
so I'm getting there.
Okay.
So the ideas of reference, the magical thinking, this belief that not only can she affect the world, but she must affect the world, or else she's going to get punished. That's not necessarily delusional. The punishment's not necessarily delusional, but the belief that she could actually change the world is delusional. And then you add that to her belief that she was sinning, that her daughter was sin, that both of them were being told that they were not right, that they were not supposed to be there, that they needed to be gone. That combination of symptoms was all at play at the time that she committed this act.
And she made statements that she believed she was sinning because she was married to a man with more than one wife. She had a baby with a man that was married to someone else, correct?
Those were some things that were included in, I think, her searches on her internet.
Okay. And the statements she made about Hannah were that she felt like she was passing her sins on to Hannah when she breastfed her, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And she talked about downloading her sin and pouring her sin. It was sort of like a generational sin kind of thing.
All right. And as it relates to what her particular delusions were on December the 8th, 2020, that related to the act of why she murdered Hannah, can you think of any other specifics that we can put on this list?
Those were the ones that really stood out to me. I'm sure there were other thought processes involved, but those are the ones that I really remember.
Okay. Did she ever indicate at any point in any material that you have reviewed that she was afraid of Hannah?
No.
Did she ever indicate that she thought Hannah was a threat to her?
No.
Did she ever indicate that she felt like she had to defend herself against Hannah?
No.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Yes, Judge, just briefly. Can I leave that up?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So, I just want to clarify, as Ms. Cropper was asking you questions, she was typing in here that the save or harm the world, walking the wrong way, having the right to walk backwards to make it right. You actually described those as applying to the delusional aspect of Ms. Driver, correct?
I think it's probably both. It's one of those ones that maybe you should have a over the line kind of thing, because she was experiencing those thoughts at the time, according to the way she described it all to me. And it is relevant to how I thought about what happened. Because there was an element of, I could be punished and I could experience bad things, I could cause harm to other people if I don't follow the instructions that everything is telling me that I need to kill myself and my child.
Sorry, I'm a horrible typer, apparently. And I can't spell. Goodness. Okay. So maybe they apply in both categories.
I mean, these things kind of bleed together when you're talking about somebody who's got a mental illness and is fed odd beliefs.
Now, Dr. Garrett, to be clear, you do not believe that Ms. Driver was suffering, even though she was suffering from a mental illness, she was not in a 24-hour, 7-day state of delusion. Is that fair?
Nobody really is. Symptoms come and go. They fluctuate. They have, they can be episodic. They can have periods of time where they're really bad and they might get better for a while and then get bad again.
There are specific things that would trigger her particular delusions that she was experiencing, as you described it.
That's the way it seemed, and things would happen in the world that she would interpret as being directed specifically at her, and that would trigger distress.
When she's interviewed after she's arrested, whether in the hospital or at the jail by law enforcement, or rather interviewed at the hospital by medical staff or by law enforcement, you would agree with me at that point in time was not the same day as the day of this incident, right?
At a minimum, I believe it had to have been the next day. She was in procedures and sedated the first day, according to the psychiatric intake.
Were you aware at the hospital that she was provided fentanyl when she first got to the hospital?
I did see that they gave her a lot of medications to help treat her pain and calm her down.
Those medications could help her calm down and return to, I think, what kind of you described as more of a sane state. Is that fair?
Yes.
It is fair to say that anyone in a sane state.
I'm going to object to the leading nature of his questions. This is his witness.
Does someone in a sane state understand the difference between right and wrong?
Typically. What somebody thinks when they're doing well versus when they are in distress. I mean, even take out psychosis. If you're in real distress, you're stressed, you're traumatized, you're scared, your memory is different, your way of interpreting the world is different. People who have a traumatic experience may block it out for a period of time and then it may come back. Even some of the statements that were made to the police in the investigative summary talked about how she wouldn't even really remember she would snap and lose all sense of herself and then would apologize afterwards, and she didn't even know it had happened. So there is, once you come out of that state, you can look back on something, hindsight's 20/20 for all of us, and say, oh, that was wrong, that was bad. But at the time, maybe, maybe not, who knows?
How would you expect someone that is sane to react when being told that they've killed their daughter?
Distraught,
Would they express
scared.
remorse?
I'm sure they would. I would.
Are you aware that Ms. Driver did?
Yes.
Ms. Gropper asked you about explaining the NGRI findings and conditions in order to make that a defense in court. You discussed that with her, correct?
Yes.
That was discussed with her after you had already talked to her about all of her mental health background, her background with pre-Ben Michael, with Ben Michael, leading up to December.
Mm-hmm. I always get mental health history before I tell to anybody about the NGRI or any of the other defenses or plea options, because I don't want them to change their answers based on what the criteria is for.
Did you have any reason to believe that she was telling you these things in order to fit this narrative of an NGRI defense?
I'm sure there was some element of that, but not the driving force. I mean, there's always some element of that, that she believes that she knew she was getting an evaluation for that purpose. So I'm sure there was some element of that. But all of her statements were consistent over time, consistent to me, consistent to other people, and consistent with what other people said about her. And so there was a lot of evidence that the symptoms she talked to me about were things that existed before, during, and after the alleged crime.
In your statement about the trigger of the incident that day, about the clean shirt and her not feeling worthy of a clean shirt, you're not saying that that is the specific thing that made her do it. Really, it's a combination of things she experienced over the months leading up to that day.
Yes.
Including the 12 tribes that morning, including the treatment through this religious cult group aspect, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, wait, hang on. But the receiving of that shirt, the dirty shirt, I think you actually expressed it in your report, that was an indication that she was not worthy of life, and that's why she took the action she did.
That was the last thing that happened before, according to what she told me.
And that is an example of the delusions that you are describing that she was suffering from.
Yeah, that's a sample of the delusions of reference, interpreting innocuous events as having special meaning.
Okay, thank you.
Are you familiar with the concept of a murder-suicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just because somebody wants to kill themselves doesn't make it not a murder, correct?
Correct.
Someone can want to die and still be criminally responsible.
Yes.
Okay. Did you say a moment ago to Mr. Kessler that Ms. Driver did not express any remorse for her crimes?
I did not say that.
Okay. He said a sane person would have remorse, was his question to you?
Well, yeah, he did ask that, but then he said, are you aware that she expressed remorse? And I said, yes.
That she did express remorse?
Yes.
Right. And in the hospital, she in fact wrote, "I'm sorry I killed her," right?
I understand that.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Any further questions of this witness, Mr. Kessler?
No, ma'am.
All right, any reason to keep this witness?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may be excused. Members of the jury, we are going to conclude today's proceedings at this time. We're going to let you have the afternoon off. Please leave us your notepads, and as I have been instructing you, do not have any conversations with anybody, do not do any research about this case, including anybody involved in it, any of the subject matter that's been discussed, any of the individuals that have been discussed. Don't look on YouTube or Court TV or any of the outlets that you know are accessing this. Stay away from all of that, and we will see you on Monday morning at 9 o'clock. I can let you know that while it's hard to predict the schedule exactly, we do expect that the case will be to you for your consideration by midweek. So we are on schedule as far as what we expected, maybe a little bit ahead of schedule. So thank you for your service this week. Have a good weekend, and we will see you on Monday at 9 o'clock.
Next witness.
State call Special Agent Daniela Stewart. Raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear from the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take a seat. Spell your first and last name, please.
Daniela Stewart, Daniella Stuart.
Where are you employed?
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you worked for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Approximately 8 years.
What are your current duties and assignments there?
I'm currently assigned to my office as a crime scene specialist, but my title is special agent. I use them interchangeably.
What is a crime scene specialist and which office do you work out of?
A crime scene specialist is a special agent that is assigned specifically to work crime scenes. So we specialize in just crime scenes. And I'm assigned to the Regional 11 Athens office.
Tell the court a little bit about your training and your education that qualifies you for your job.
So I have over 2,000 hours of combined law enforcement and crime scene training, and specifically I'm a graduate of the National Forensic Academy, which is a 10-week academy in Tennessee where we learn about latent print processing, blood stain, shooting reconstruction, advanced processing techniques for crime scene. I am also a state certified crime scene technician, so I've taken the 7 classes that the state requires for that certification. I also have additional training through my agency. We go through a 10-week, well, it's now 13 or 14-week academy where we have a week of crime scene training there as well. And as a crime scene specialist at the GBI, we continually train. I'm also the president of the Georgia IAI, which is an association in Georgia for additional training in forensics and crime scene processing. So we have yearly meetings that we attend for training and also conferences.
How many crime scenes have you had the opportunity to process over your career at the GBI?
So over my career at the GBI, I've probably processed close to, I want to say maybe between 80 to 100. Prior to working for the GBI, I worked for the Atlanta Police Department as a civilian crime scene technician. So there I responded to over 500 crime scene calls. I also worked for the DeKalb County Police Department in a civilian capacity in crime scene for a little while, where I also responded to major crimes.
Do you have some special training in photography as well?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the court about that?
So in the National Forensic Academy, we have a week of photography there as well. And in the GBI Special Agent Academy, we also do photography in Crime Scene Week as well. And then for the GBI, we train additionally in photography. So this year alone, we've had photography training.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a few items of evidence so I don't keep coming back up here at one time. The first one is states 142, and I apologize because we have pre-marked a lot of evidence, so I don't like to go out of order, but this one will be out of order. Do you recognize states 142?
I do.
And there will be 18 through 141, just so that everybody knows. What is states 142?
This is a copy of my CV.
And that means your qualifications that you went over with us?
Correct.
State would move to admit states 142.
Objection. 142 is admitted.
The next fact I am going to hand you is going to be a series of photographs and a crime scene sketch. The photographs are marked for the record as States Exhibits 18 through 84. And the crime scene sketch is States Exhibit 85. So first, starting with the photographs, I'm going to hand you States Exhibits 18 through 84. I ask that you take a look at those and I ask you a series of questions.
you recognize 18 through 84?
I do.
What are they?
They are crime scene photographs that I took.
And are they the crime scene photographs that you took on the 22nd day of February 2024?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it on that day?
Yes, they do.
State would move to admit states 18 through 84.
No objection.
They're admitted.
States Exhibit 85, is that still in front of you?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
This is one of my crime scene sketches.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of your crime scene sketch? And does that sketch adequately and accurately represent the scene as you saw it on that day?
Correct.
State would move to admit States Exhibit 85.
No objection.
85 submitted.
And before we move on to, I want to ask you a little bit, I know it's in your CV, but I would like you to tell the court a little bit about your training in latent print processing. What is latent print? What is the processing of it? And how are you trained in that regard?
So as far as latent print processing, again, at the National Forensic Academy, we have a week of latent print processing there as well, which includes latent print photography. I also teach classes, crime scene classes for the University of Tennessee, and I go back and I actually teach at the Forensic Academy, so I've taught the latent print week there as well. And then with the GBI, we have additional training in latent print processing.
How many items of evidence have you had the opportunity to process for the presence of latent prints over your career?
Oh gosh, a lot. When I worked in the Atlanta field office, we processed a lot of vehicles, a lot of cartridge cases. Like I said, I responded to over 500 crime scene calls there, so maybe about half of those probably involved latent print processing.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Special Agent Stewart as an expert in the fields of crime scene photography, latent print processing, and crime scene processing.
No objection.
Should be allowed to testify as an expert in those areas.
May I approach to retrieve the photographs?
Yes.
Could you start first by telling the court
What date and time did you get a call to process a scene on the University of Georgia's campus?
So it was February 22nd, and I responded to the crime scene at approximately 2 p.m., so I would have gotten the call maybe an hour prior to that.
Tell the court what the crime scene was like when you got there.
When I got there, one of the things that I noticed was it was very windy out. There was a lot of leaf coverage in the area. It was a wooded area.
What was the temperature like?
It was approximately 67 degrees.
Was this an outdoor scene?
It was an outdoor scene.
Can you tell the court what are the challenges particular to outdoor scenes?
So with an outdoor scene, obviously you're dealing with weather conditions, basically Mother Nature could be directly impacting you, whereas when you have an indoor scene, even if it's raining outside, it's not really going to impact how you work.
And did you find any challenges with this particular scene due to the foliage?
Yeah, so like I stated previously, the leaf coverage was kind of thick in the area that was off of the trail, and it was also very windy.
And so how did that impact you and your ability to process the scene?
Well, when it's windy, obviously things are not going to stay where they normally are or where they were previously. So you kind of have to take that into account when you're looking for evidence.
Did you process the scene by yourself or with others?
With other people.
And tell us a little bit about that process in this particular case.
So how our agency works is we are a request-only agency, which means that an agency has to request us for assistance. That may mean us taking over the entire case. That may mean us just working the crime scene. That may mean us just doing a few investigative acts for them. So in this case, the University of Georgia Police Department requested for us to, or for me to help process the crime scene.
Who did you work with specifically with the University of Georgia Police Department in processing the scene?
That would be Sergeant, well, now Lieutenant Saunders.
And how did y'all go about processing the scene? Was it together? Was it separate? Tell us about that process here.
Yeah, so what we decided was because they were going to be the primary agency on the case, I took photographs for them. That was what they requested. And then I assisted with collecting the evidence, but Detective Saunders took possession of all of the evidence.
And when you said you assisted in collecting it, were you literally standing side by side as y'all were collecting it together?
Yes.
I want to start with an overall of the crime scene in your crime scene sketch, which would technically be State's Exhibit 85. And for ease, Your Honor, we have a blown-up version of State's Exhibit 85, which I think would be easier for the witness to testify to and would not have to leave the stand for that. So may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 143. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It is a blown-up copy of my crime scene sketch.
So is State's 143 just a blow-up copy of State's 85?
Correct.
And would using State's 143 aid you in your testimony today before this judge to explain the crime scene?
Yes, it would.
State would move to admit 143 for demonstrative purposes only.
Submitted for that purpose.
And may I publish it using the easel here if it will stay?
Yes.
Let's see. No? All right. Can you turn it? And then I'll put it right here first. Get the leg in. Yeah, so you can flip it to that board. The easel doesn't have feet, so we are going to try to clip it. We need a bigger clip. Thank you. Thank you. One that bigger one? So we can clip it on both sides. Thank you. So having clipped State's Exhibit 143 to the easel, I want to make sure that defense counsel can see and can the court see. Thank you. I want to start talking to you about your photos. How many evidence markers did you have on this scene, and what is the significance of the evidence markers?
I used 8 evidence markers.
And did you label the items of evidence by number?
Yes.
And just before we get started, tell the court, what is evidence item number 1 that you collected or you assigned number 1?
The AirPod.
Okay. And evidence item 2?
Evidence item 2 was a blood-stained rock.
Evidence item 3?
A blood-stained rock.
Evidence item 4?
Was a section of a tree.
Evidence item 5?
The jacket.
Evidence item 6?
The sports bra.
Evidence item 7?
A suspected blood stain.
Evidence item 8?
The cell phone.
And the cell phone belonging to who?
Laken Riley.
Did you assign these a number by any significance, or just the number in which you collected them, or?
Just the number in which I collected them. Sometimes I do it by what I first see. It just depends.
I'd like to start first with State's Exhibit then 18. Tell the court, what are we looking at here?
So this is an overall photograph of the trail.
And in this picture, State's Exhibit 18, in what direction would be Laken Riley's body?
It would be towards the right side.
Okay, so I'm gonna, for the record, point my finger on the right side where my finger is?
Yes.
That would be in that direction?
Yes.
When you got there, did you observe, first of all, was Laken's body still there?
Yes, it was.
And did you observe any signs of medical intervention?
Yes.
What did you observe?
So with the AED pads were actually still on her body, and the AED was actually still audible.
What is an AED?
It is a device that first responders use to try to revive individuals.
State's Exhibit 22, what are we looking at there?
This is an overall showing the area closer to her body, which was near a tree that had already fallen down.
The tree that her body was near that had already fallen down, can you see that? Can you point to it for the record?
Yes.
The screens don't work like that. I think you have to point behind you.
Okay. Thank you.
She has a pointer.
Right here.
It's in the middle of photograph 22.
Yes.
Page 22. State's Exhibit 49. What does this depict?
So this is an overall, once I put out my evidence markers, and the fallen tree would be on this side.
To the left side of State's 49 for the record.
Correct.
Right. State's Exhibit 33, what are we looking at here?
This is an overall of the top half of her body.
Did you observe injuries to Laken Riley's body?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 35, tell the court, first of all, where overall did you observe injuries?
So there were injuries to the left side of her head, and then there were also these linear marks on her torso.
And point to those for us. Is that, okay, thank you, middle of State's 35. State's 38, what part of Laken Riley's body are we looking at here?
So this would be the lower, like just below her left hip. I had to kind of pull down her underwear. We always try to examine the decedent to see if there are any individual injuries under the clothing that we're missing.
And is that your glove then that we see in the photo?
Yes, it is.
All right, what injuries did you see when you pulled down her underwear?
There was another linear mark that looked kind of similar to the ones that were on her torso, but a little bit wider.
Okay, can you point that out for the court? Where is her underwear line in this photo then?
So her underwear is down here where my glove is because I'm having to pull it down to photograph that injury.
And in this injury that you photographed in States 38, is that in the her pubic area?
Yes.
And you actually can see pubic hair in that area?
Correct.
Can you show that to the court, please? All right, thank you. Circle it below the wound for the record in the bottom part of States 38.
Yes.
States 39.
This is a photograph of the lower half. So I was trying to photograph the dirt stains that were on her leggings.
States 40.
Those are her shoes.
States 27.
This is a close-up of her face.
States 32.
This is a close-up of the injuries to the left side of her head.
Please point to the injury, one of the injuries to the left side of her head that you captured in this photo.
So on scene, really I can only observe two. I know that there were more, but I can only see two. So this one and then this larger one.
Did you make any observations about her hair?
Yeah, so her hair was very tangled, which made it difficult for me to locate the additional injuries.
And tangled with what?
So there were leaves, blood, dirt tangled in her hair.
And when you say tangled, do you mean attached? Do you mean, I don't mean to be picky, but what do you mean by tangled?
Yeah, so typically with the decedents, we try to do an examination for additional injuries, which would mean somewhat kind of looking through the hair. And in this case, it was extremely difficult for me to do that because her hair was so matted and clotted with blood.
For some reason we lost our, there it goes, okay. State's Exhibit, and I want to ask you before we leave off the underwear, you said you did pull down the underwear.
Correct.
But this photo, State's Exhibit 35, does that depict the way you found her underwear when you got there?
Yes.
Before you actually examined her for other injuries?
Correct.
Okay. And how would you describe her underwear in this photo and what you saw on scene?
So on scene, her leggings were down below her belly button and the underwear was somewhat protruding out of the right front area.
Did you flip her?
Yes, we did.
State's Exhibit 41, what did you observe when you flipped her?
When I flipped her over, I noticed that her leggings were exposing the upper area of her buttocks.
And can you show us where that's depicted in States 41?
Yes. In this area.
In the middle of the photograph?
Correct.
States 42, what does that depict?
So there's a little bit of a glare, but I was just trying to show that she had like some leaves on her back, which is, I guess, to be expected because she was laying in that area. And then also that her hair was matted.
I was trying to find a way to eliminate the glare because it might become a problem later. But I'm not sure how we would do that without turning out the lights. So,
Oh, if you hold it.
let's see.
We can dim some of the lights if that's something, if it's important.
Would we be able to dim a little bit just so the glare disappears?
It'll dim a little bit. It's a matter of turning off. See what you can do. Take those down, and we'll still have these up here.
That's too cumbersome. Much better. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. With the glare be gone, States 42, can you show us what part of Laken's body are we looking at here, and what are you photographing?
So we're looking at the back, but also we're looking at her head where her hair is, has leaves and sticks and dirt and blood in it.
Where's her neck in that photograph? Okay. And was she wearing a necklace?
Yeah, she was.
Okay. And can you point the necklace out on States 42 at the top of the picture? Okay. Thank you. States 43.
This is a photograph of her left hand.
Was she wearing a watch?
She was.
And do you see that watch in this photograph?
Yes.
And can you please point to it? Thank you. States 44.
This is a photograph of her left hand also, just her fingernails.
States 45.
Photograph of her right hand.
States 46.
Another photograph of the right hand showing her fingernails.
Did you take measurements on scene?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move away from the photographs of her body. But before I do that, I wanted to ask you about her shoes and any observations you may have made about her shoes. What type of shoes was she wearing?
She had Hoka brand running sneakers.
And did you observe those and look at those on scene?
Yes.
And what observations, if any, did you make about those shoes? And I'm showing you now States 40 for the record.
When I first looked at them, I noticed that they had reddish stains on them, and then they were also dirty, and then in the grooves, dirt was, I guess, caked, for lack of a better term, in those grooves.
And when you say reddish brown stains, what do you mean by that?
The suspected blood stains.
Did you take measurements at the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, first starting with what you marked on your evidence marker as your evidence marker 1, and while we're talking about evidence marker 1, I'm going to approach you with some of the evidence. Do you have gloves?
Yes, I do.
Would you glove up, please?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Special Agent Stewart, we're going to start with marker 1. You already told us it was an AirPod.
Yes.
Was it on the trail or off the trail?
It was off the trail.
Approximately how far off the running trail was your marker 1?
That was a little difficult to determine because it was hard to see where the trail actually ended and where the road started and the, I guess like the leaves, because the leaves were so thick in that area, but it wasn't far.
So when we see leaves in this photograph, States 55, could you also then point for the court where is the marker 1 on this chart?
Yes.
At the bottom of 143. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you what's been marked for identification purposes, the State's Exhibit 86. Do you recognize State's 86?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the AirPod.
And if you can keep your voice up so Madam Reporter can hear you, and you can take it back, okay. And is the AirPod in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it on the 22nd day of February 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 86. Request permission to publish.
86 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay.
The distance, I'd like to ask you, from this trail, from where you marked 1, from your marker 1 to markers 2, 3, and 4, what is that distance?
64 feet 11 inches.
And you measured that day?
Yes.
The distance from where you marked 2, 3, and 4 to where Laken Riley's body was found, what is that distance?
13 feet.
And the distance from marker 8, and what is marker 8 again?
The phone.
The distance from Laken Riley's body over here at 5 and 6 to the phone is what?
I believe it's 54.7 or 57.4.
Over 50 feet.
Yeah, it's over 50 feet.
Thank you. I want to go on to your evidence markers 2 and 3. What were those?
This was evidence markers 2 and 3 represent rocks that were bloodstained, and then evidence marker 4 represents the tree that had bloodstains.
All right, before we zoom in on 2, 3, and 4, what, if anything, did you notice about this area in your crime scene sketch that you labeled 2, 3, and 4?
So in this area near evidence markers 2, 3, and 4, there was also an area where I could actually see the ground, where the leaves were significantly disturbed to the point where I could physically see the ground.
And why is that significant to you?
Because the leaf coverage was pretty thick throughout the entire crime scene, and there were no other areas where I could actually see the ground.
So what conclusions did you draw based upon that?
Based on that, and then also like her hair being very matted, some type of significant disturbance happened in that area.
Did you observe blood in that area?
I did.
And where did you observe the blood in that area?
The blood was near evidence markers 2, 3, and 4, and there was no other blood in the crime scene other than obviously where her body was resting.
State's Exhibit 62, what is that?
That is a close-up photograph of the rock from evidence marker 2.
I'm just asking why you think it's going dark.
Out, yes. Does it sleep? Is that the sleep mode?
No, it should be. We don't have that problem. It must be a connection issue, but I'm not sure. If it gets worse, we can, a lot of times it's, we'll just keep watching and see. I don't know.
That is a rock. Is this one 2 or 3?
That one is evidence marker 2, and there were some hairs on that rock.
What type of hair?
It looked like it was brown, yeah, brown.
63
This is the rock from evidence marker 3.
and 64.
Another view of that rock, and you can see that there's hair on it.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you 2 bags. One is State's Exhibit 87, the other one is State's Exhibit 88. I'm going to ask that you look inside both of those bags, and then I'm going to ask you some questions.
Should I pull the items out?
Yeah, if you can see it to yourself, yes. And just set them on top of your lap if you could. And just do them at the same time if you could do the other one, and then I'll ask you about both at the same time. So have you had an opportunity to look at the items inside State's Exhibit 87 and 88?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Do you recognize those items?
I do.
And what are 87 and 88?
They are the rocks I collected, or that were collected from the crime scene.
And are they both in the same or substantially same condition as they were on the day that you collected them, February 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit states 87 and 88, request permission to publish.
No objection. 87, 88 are removed.
Let's do them one at a time. I am holding. Yes, that's the first one. Yep. So this is State's Exhibit 87 I'm about to publish to the court. Which number is this in your crime scene sketch?
Evidence marker 2.
That's marker 2. $88. What evidence marker is this one?
Evidence marker 3.
And approximately what was the distance between 2 and 3?
I feel like it was less than a foot. They were very close together, which is why they got measured together.
How long did you spend at this crime scene that day?
I started at 2 and I was finished at around 8:45 p.m. So a little over 6 hours.
How much walking around this area, not only the crime scene where her body was found, but other areas around there, did you do that day?
When we got done with labeling when I got done with labeling 1 through 7, we were still looking for her phone, which is evidence marker 8. So we were still canvassing the area for that and additional items. I also looked for additional bloodstains, so we went beyond just where her body was. I also had other agents search the area as well.
In and around the area of her body and in anywhere out in that forest where you walked that day, did you observe any other rocks that were similar to the ones that you collected at 2 or 3?
No.
Moving on to item 4, and if you need to change gloves, you can. State's Exhibit 66, what does that depict?
That is a photograph of the bloodstained tree.
And State's Exhibit 67, what does that depict?
The hairs that were attached to the tree.
It's difficult to see from my perspective, but can you point out the hairs that you saw in State 67? In the middle of the photograph. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you now what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 89. Ask that you look at that, please. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 89?
I do.
What is it?
It is a section of that tree.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was the day you collected it on February 22nd?
Yes.
So you move to admit State's Exhibit 89.
No objection.
Submitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Did you guys literally cut the tree?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Because we wanted to make sure that we had the best evidence possible, and we felt that swabs were not going to be enough.
Evidence marker 5. Which is State 69 and is depicted in the photograph. What is that?
That's her jacket.
And State's Exhibit 70, what does that depict?
Her sports bra.
And had those items been cut prior to your arrival?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you now what has been marked for identification purposes of State's Exhibit 90 and 91. I'll ask you to do the same thing, take a look at those items, and I'll ask you some questions. Can you start with 90? what is states 90?
This is her jacket, and actually there was also her shirt, but her clothing was so tangled that I didn't even realize the shirt was in there on scene.
And when you said tangled, what do you mean by that?
Well, the AED pads, it had been cut off by law enforcement. The AED pads were tangled in the clothing, and to avoid disturbing any trace evidence, we didn't open it completely.
All right, and are those items in the same or substantially same condition as they were when you collected them?
Yes.
State would move to admit states 89.
No objection.
89 was the street.
I apologize, 90. And may I publish 90 before moving on?
Yes.
There's part of her sports bra on there too. Yeah.
Let's do them one at a time. And 90, there are 3 items inside states 90, the bag that's marked states 90. Item number 1 I have in my hand inside of states 90 is in my right hand. What is this item?
That is the jacket.
Item 2 in my left hand inside of states 90, what is that?
The shirt.
Does this jacket have a zipper on it?
Yes, it does.
Item number 3 inside of states 90, what is this?
A section of the sports bra.
Moving on to states 91. Sorry, Mom, let me fix that. Or do you want to pick up there? It fell. Is 91 in the same or substantially same condition as it was the day you collected it?
Yes.
State would move to admit states 91, request permission to publish.
No objection.
91's admitted, we make
And what is 91?
A section of the sports bra.
So the other section of the sports bra.
Correct.
Thank you. That would bring us to your item number 7. Could you tell us about item 7?
So as I mentioned before, I was trying to look for additional evidence, and as I was walking the area looking for additional blood stains, I came across a dark colored stain that I suspected could be blood, so I marked it, I tested it, it ended up not testing for the presence of blood.
And that's item 73, or States Exhibit 73?
Yes.
Show you States 50. What are we looking at there?
So this is after I put out my evidence markers, and I'm just showing generally where the evidence markers are, and then this is the area of disturbed leaves.
Show the area of disturbed leaves.
Where I could actually see the ground.
So would it be in States 50 between the tree that you cut and Laken Riley's body in that photograph?
Correct.
States Exhibit 54. Let me move some of these on. What does that depict? And wait a second, I think it'll clear on its own. There we go.
So in this photograph, I'm trying to show evidence marker number 1, which is the AirPod, and then there was also a path of disturbed leaves, not as disturbed as the area near 2, 3, and 4, that I used pin flags to kind of show the track of the disturbed leaves.
And that path of disturbed leaves, did it go from the trail to where?
It went from the trail to evidence markers 2, 3, and 4.
And that path would be how long in length?
It would have been a little less than 6411.
But would it be over 50 feet?
Yes.
When you say you saw disturbed leaves and you marked them with those orange flags, what did you physically see?
So when we were looking in the area, we were trying to look for additional evidence or just evidence in general. There, like I said, the leaf coverage was thick, but you could see almost like a slight depression in that area that led from the trail to the area of evidence markers 2, 3, and 4. And it was a little challenging to photograph because of the shadows of the trees, so I used the pin flags to show the path.
And what are we looking at here in States 53?
So this is a photograph from evidence markers 2, 3, and 4 back out, showing the viewpoint from the opposite direction, going from 2, 3, and 4 back to the trail, and then the pin flags are there.
Can you point to the pin flags so we can see them?
Yes.
Okay. Up in the middle of the photograph. And when you walked that trail and you photographed and you looked at, did you look at the disturbed leaf path?
Yes.
Did you see any blood?
No, I did not.
States 50. I already showed you that one, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I want to talk to you about your marker 8. What was marker 8?
The phone.
At what time or how long approximately did it take y'all to find the phone?
We found the phone maybe about an hour before we finished, so maybe like 5 hours.
By the time you found the phone, was it daylight still or dark?
It was still dark. Oh, well, sorry, it was dark.
So States Exhibit 80, what are we looking at there?
I can't see the evidence marker.
I'm sorry, hold on. I will try to move it and see if it resumes. There we go.
So this is a photograph of evidence marker 8, and then in the background, those are the other evidence markers.
Okay. And where, I know we see evidence marker 8, but can you see the actual cell phone in this photograph?
No.
Okay. But it was there where evidence marker 8 was?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a close-up of this?
I did.
States 81, what does that depict?
The cell phone.
Can you please point to the cell phone in States 81? Okay, in the middle of the screen?
Yes.
Did you collect the cell phone?
Yes, we did.
Did you look at the cell phone?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe about the cell phone?
We noticed that there was an area of ridge detail on the phone.
When you say ridge detail, what do you mean by that?
Fingerprint ridge detail.
Were you able to see that without processing the phone at all?
Yes, a little bit, but I had to use oblique lighting, so that's where you take your flashlight and you kind of side light it to be able to view the latent prints better.
States 82, what does that depict?
That's a photograph of the phone and me using the flashlight to try to highlight it.
I'm gonna wait for this thing to stop moving. Okay, hold on a second. Maybe it doesn't like the photos on top of each other. Okay. Where on the phone was this image that you saw, or this item that you saw? See, I'm not even touching it now, and it's just moving.
It was at the bottom, close to the charging port area.
And do you see it depicted in States 82?
Yes.
Please point to it with your pointer. Were you able to determine, was there any reddish brown stains on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, what did you see?
It looked like there were reddish stains suspected to be blood.
Okay. Where on the phone?
Specifically the print.
States Exhibit 83, this may be really tough. I think I'm gonna have to come to you closer for it. So before I do that, did you end up taking a better photograph or more photographs of the latent print that you saw on the phone?
Yes.
States Exhibit 84, what is that?
That is a macro photo of the latent print, or in this case it would be a patent print because we could kind of see it, so, of the ridge detail.
Of the ridge detail.
Correct.
And when you say a macro photo, what do you mean by that?
So with photography, we have different lenses, and the macro lens specifically allows us to take close-up photographs of small items that are difficult to see. So it almost magnifies.
When did you take this photo?
On the scene after we collected the phone, immediately.
Was it before or after the phone was processed for prints?
This photograph, I believe this one is before. Yes, this one is before Detective Saunders used powder.
Okay, and did you see Detective Saunders process the phone?
I did.
And was that done in your presence?
Yes,
And then did he lift a latent lift card from that phone?
he did.
But this was your photograph prior to that?
Correct.
Now, for States 83, I am gonna have to come closer to you because I am assuring that it's not gonna show. May I approach?
Yes.
States 83, could you tell us what we're looking at? And then I'm just gonna have to show counsel in the court.
This is a photograph of I was trying to show that the print was located in the area where you would swipe to unlock. And so the phone was actually still receiving notifications. And so it actually says swipe to unlock behind the print.
Where do you see the swipe to unlock on this photo? At the very bottom?
Yes.
I'm gonna show defense counsel first, and then with the court's permission, may I show the court?
Yes.
And I'll approach the court. Very difficult to see, but where my thumb is. So moving to the phone and your exhibit marker 8. You can switch gloves if you need to. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 92. Do you want me to take your old ones?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm gonna ask that you look inside State's 92. Do you recognize what's inside State's 92?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the cell phone that was at evidence marker 8.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's 92. No objection.
92 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
So while I'm publishing the phone, can you put, using your finger where you saw the latent or patent ridge detail that we see in States 84?
It would have been right here.
And do you have an iPhone?
Yes, I do.
Right here where you put your finger, is that where you would hang up a call?
Yes.
Okay. On an iPhone?
Yes.
Just have a few more photos. 74. What is State 74?
So this is, I was trying to show how we got to the phone because the phone was not close to where her body was. So there's my evidence marker 1, marking the AirPod, and then I tried to use this tree stump as a marker to show the path of getting to the phone.
72.
So that's, we talked earlier about the suspected stain.
Mhm.
So in this photograph, I'm just trying to show some spatial relationship between 2, 3, and 4 in that stain.
And finally, 25.
This is the area where first responders initially said her body was, and they moved her out. And I was just trying to show that even with first responders in this area, and there were several of them moving her, that area is still not nearly as disturbed as the area near evidence marker 2, 3, and 4.
On the scene that day, were Laken Riley's hands bagged?
Yes, they were.
And when we say bagged, can you describe what actually happened?
What we do is we put handbags over the hands, to prevent the loss of any potential trace evidence or DNA.
And was that done in your presence by Lieutenant Saunders?
Yes.
Did you, what time did you leave that day, you said?
8:45.
At some point, were you asked to assist the same agency in photographing a suspect named Jose Ibarra?
Yes.
Can you tell the court what day and time were you asked to do that, and where were you and what did you do?
That would have been the 23rd, and it was approximately 9 p.m. when I arrived at the police department,
Which police department?
the Athens-Clarke County Police Department.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I am handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 93 through 115. I ask you to take a look at those photos, I'll ask you a series of questions. Do you recognize 93 through 115?
Yes.
What are they?
They're photographs of Mr. Ibarra.
Did those photographs fairly and accurately depict him as you saw him on February 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit 93 through 115.
No objection.
93 through 115 are admitted.
And may I request permission to publish?
May.
May I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
First of all, the person that you photographed that day, do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please point to him and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing for the record?
He's wearing a plaid shirt.
May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. When you photographed him that day, about how close did you get to him?
Pretty close because I had to take close-up photographs of injuries that were on his body.
Okay, and did you observe injuries on his body?
Yes.
And did you photograph those injuries?
I did.
And the time that you saw him, excuse me, that day, is he heavier or lighter than he is today as far as weight?
When I photographed him, he was heavier.
Publishing State's Exhibit 93, tell us what that depicts.
It's an overall photograph.
State's 94, and it might be really hard to see, but maybe not. What does that depict?
An overall photograph of his hands.
Okay. And did you observe or photograph any injuries to his hands?
I did.
In general, just show us where they were, and then I'll try to get the close-up photos. Okay, so you're on the left hand for the record?
Yes.
Okay. And you pointed to the wrist area?
Yes.
Left pinky finger?
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe I photographed this one as well.
Right middle finger?
Yes.
So, State's 95. That could be hard to see. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay, show us that injury. Let's show a few more of these. State's 100.
That's the wrist, left wrist.
State's 98.
Left pinky.
Whose scale is that?
Mine.
That's 96. State's 96.
Oh yeah, that would have been the, I think the left middle finger from the previous photo.
All right. State's 101.
So now we're on the right hand.
102.
There's a small, well, that's like a scratch.
Okay, in the middle of State's 102.
Yeah, on the middle finger.
State's 103.
Photographing the other side of the hand.
104.
Overall of the inner forearms, or yeah, forearms.
105.
A scratch on the forearm.
Can you show that to the court? Is that where your sticker is?
Yeah.
Your scale?
Yes.
Okay.
I try to put the scale close to the injury.
And is that his right side or his left side?
I believe that's the left side.
What I need
Yes, because it would be here.
That's the left side?
Yes.
States 106.
That's an overall of his upper body.
States 107.
An overall of the back, and there's something here.
Okay, when you say something, where are you pointing?
In the middle?
And did you observe an injury there?
Yes.
And did you photograph that?
Yes.
States 108. Is that where your scale is the injury that you observed?
Yes.
And the photograph? I might need to hand these back to you if you can't tell what they
Okay.
are. So you let me know, okay?
Okay.
States 114.
That's the left side of the neck.
And what did you observe to the left side of his neck?
A scratch.
All right, and is that, you just point to it for the record, above the necklace but below the ear?
Yes.
States 115.
That's the same, the same injury with a scale.
And what side of your scale is that injury for the record? In the middle of the photograph to the right side of the scale?
Yes.
States 112.
That would be the right side of the front neck.
What did you observe there? Okay, you
Looked like it
pointed.
was a scratch.
Okay, in the middle of the photo? States 113.
Same scratch with a scale.
These are the ones I think I'm gonna have to come and hand back to you. May I
Okay.
approach the witness? Yes. I'm not sure you'll be able to tell based on, what I put them up, or the way that I put them up. It's probably easier to see. What part of the body is that?
This looks like it's the back. 109 looks like it's a close-up of the back.
Okay.
The mark that was on the back. And then 110 would be the right elbow area. And then 111 is a close-up of that.
May I approach to retrieve?
Yes. I'll tell you what, going forward, both prosecution and defense can move around freely. You don't have to.
I know you're trying, that's gonna be a hard habit to break.
It will, but I will do my best, Your Honor.
That's okay.
You may
I was
have.
just trying to.
Thank you, yes, I understand. I will do my best, you may have to remind me, because I used to get yelled at if I did that. So then, just briefly, states 110. Can you show us the scratch on that?
Yes.
And then 111, is that the same area with the scale?
Yes.
Okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor, with counsel? Pass the witness.
It's better.
Afternoon.
When you arrived on the crime scene, the body had already been moved, is that right?
Correct.
And were you informed about how the body was moved?
Yes.
So you were aware that some policemen grabbed the ankles and some grabbed her arms to move her?
Correct.
At some point you photographed a metal washer on the trail. Did that turn out to have any evidentiary significance to the case?
I don't believe it did.
Okay. Let's see. When, it's hard for us to tell from the pictures, but when you photographed the rocks on scene, were they lying on top of the leaves or partially buried by the leaves?
They were lying on top of the leaves. Like when I went to collect them, it wasn't like they left a depression. Like it wasn't like they had been sitting there for a while.
So they had, they were on top of leaves and they were not in the dirt, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you didn't see any other rocks in the area, but to be fair, you weren't out there with a rake looking for other rocks.
I did move. So it's common for us when we have outdoor scenes in the woods, We do move the leaves to search for additional evidence, especially because it was windy and I knew that the leaves could have shifted. We did kind of like rake up, not using a rake, but literally on my hands and knees, crawling through the area, trying to find additional items.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're good.
Okay. How wide of an area were you crawling through?
I searched the immediate area, and then there were also other agents that went further beyond the body, like into the woods in multiple directions.
Okay. And I'm not trying to be picky, but when you say immediate area, can you give us an estimate of feet?
So that would be the immediate area where my evidence markers are. Okay. That is what I consider my immediate area of the crime scene. And then I will assign other agents to go beyond that area.
Sure. Okay. Let's see. So you said that the markers 2, 3, and 4 were about 13 feet away from where the body was found. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay. And you said that the markers 4, 3, and 2 were about 64 feet from the path. Is that correct?
Yes, 6411 from evidence marker 1.
Okay.
Yes.
And for those of us that are not great with distances, is that like the length of this courtroom or a little bit more?
I'm not great with distances in that aspect either, so that's why I take my measurements.
All right, fair enough. Okay. So in States 45, we saw a picture close-up of Laken Riley's hand and her fingernails. Eventually, her fingernails were clipped. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you do the clipping yourself?
I did not. That's done at the autopsy.
Okay. So these photos would have been before her fingernails were clipped.
Correct.
Okay. You also briefly in your report mentioned that there was an irregular shaped blood stain on her left ankle. Do you remember noting that in your report?
Probably.
Okay. Did you see a corresponding wound on her left ankle?
No, but given the fact that she was moved by law enforcement, or things could have occurred during the incident.
Sure. So I guess what I'm asking is, did it look like the blood on her ankle was formed from contact with a bloody object rather than from a wound on her ankle?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the latent print that you talked about with Ms. Ross. So you described that it was on the very bottom of the screen.
Correct.
And right where it would have said swipe up to unlock, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you own an iPhone.
Correct.
I own an iPhone. And you would agree with me that some iPhones have different screen sizes.
Yes.
But you would also agree with me that the marker to hang up a phone call is not at the very bottom of a screen.
It depends on your phone, but it doesn't vary that much. I mean, I have an iPhone 13 mini, and which is probably the smallest iPhone you could have. And the screen size is not significantly different.
Sure. So just for demonstrative purposes, I'm going to show you my phone. It is also an iPhone. Let's see if I can get it angled the right way. Would you agree with me that would you agree with me that that's a fairly accurate screenshot of where the call would be displayed on an iPhone?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that there's about an inch between the red hang up sign and the bottom of the screen?
Yes, but your iPhone has the button.
It does have the button, but from the bottom of the screen to the red button is about an inch.
I'd have to measure it.
It's not touching the bottom of the screen, right?
No.
Okay. You were present during the autopsy of Ms. Riley?
Correct.
And you spoke with the medical examiner regarding the state of the crime scene as she was doing the autopsy?
I did.
Did you discuss her conclusions with her at that time?
No.
You noted in your report that you searched Ms. Riley's shoes for a house key.
Yes, so at some point while we were working the crime scene, we were looking for her phone and potentially a house key. So some runners run with the house key in their shoe. They take the single key and they put it in their shoe.
And you didn't find the house key in her shoe?
I did not.
Did you ever find the house key in any of her clothing articles?
I did not.
Okay. I want to talk briefly about your photos of Mr. Ibarra. You took photos of his arms, his hands, his back, and his neck. Are those the areas that you photographed?
And his legs.
And his legs.
Yes.
We didn't go through any photos of his legs. Were there any injuries that you saw on his legs?
I did not observe any.
Now, when you took photos of Mr. Ibarra, you were also collecting evidence for a DNA test. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to do that, you collected some buccal swabs.
Sergeant Saunders collected those.
In your presence?
Correct.
Okay. And buccal swabs would be on the insides of the cheeks, correct?
Yeah, it's actually buccal swabs.
Thank you. And then you also tried to collect DNA from the fingernails, or at least collect his fingernails for DNA analysis. Is that true?
Correct, yeah. He had really short fingernails, so there was no way that I was going to be able to clip them.
So they were too short to even clip a little bit off of.
Yes, it would have been extremely painful.
Okay. And so instead, you guys resorted to a backup plan, which is where you swabbed the kind of underneath his fingernails?
Yes.
And you did that. And were those sent to the lab for testing as well?
That I do not know.
Okay. The injuries that you, well, I guess who had custody of those swabs under his fingernails? Would that be Officer Saunders?
Yes.
Okay. The injuries that you observed on his back and his neck and his arms, some of those injuries were lighter and some were darker. Is that true?
Correct.
All right. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Let's measure out 64 feet and 11 inches, all right? So, with court's permission, can you stand? And just step before the podium. Hold the end. Actually, I should hold the end. You should tell me when we get there. Okay. All right? Go over where you need to go to make it work. All right, so this is 25 feet. So do the math. How much more of this than you would have to go? Into the hallway. At least by this distance, right? Because this is only 25 feet. And then by 14 feet in addition to that. All right, thank you. The iPhone, you had mentioned when Ms. Beck showed you her phone, that hers has that button that Apple doesn't use anymore at the bottom of the screen, right?
Correct.
Did Laken Riley's phone have that button?
No, it did not have the home button.
Okay. And what's the significance of the home button? And why did you point that out to Ms. Beck?
Because the home button takes up space, and the whole reason the newer phones have a bigger screen, and the home button doesn't take up as much space, which provides a bigger screen. So that would change.
Would it change where you would hang up a call?
Yes.
So Laken Riley's phone did not have a home button like the one on Ms. Beck's phone, correct?
Correct.
So would it look more like, I'll just show you my iPhone. Yeah. Would it look more like my iPhone?
Yes.
No home button?
Correct.
Hold on just a second. Miss Jackson's about to call me. Okay, so do you see where my phone is?
Yes.
Would the hang up button be where the answer button is as well? Oh, I'm sorry, do you see my green?
Yes.
Okay.
The slide to answer, yes.
All right, slide to answer, and that is how close to the bottom of the phone?
It's closer than if you have a home button.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Can you recross this stuff?
No further questions.
Should be excused.
Yes.
Any objection, Ms. Beck?
No objection.
Thank you.
You're excused, Special Agent Stewart.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
The state calls Zachary Davis.
Zachary Davis.
Please, sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra?
I do.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Spell your first and last name for Madam Court Reporter.
I am Zachary Davis, Zachary, last name Davis.
Where do you work?
I'm a police officer with the Athens-Clarke County Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Athens-Clarke County Police Department?
I have been employed with Athens-Clarke County since March 7th of 2022.
What are your duties with Athens-Clarke County Police Department?
I am a patrol officer. I'm assigned to the West Side Division, work night shift between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m.
As patrol officer, what do you do?
Typically is responding to calls for service. When you call 911 and you want someone to come out, that's your patrol officers that show up. When we're not responding to calls for service, we're expected to be patrolling our areas, meeting the needs of the community.
When you patrol, do you wear a uniform such as you are wearing today?
Yes.
And you drive a patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you working for the Athens-Clarke County Police Department in on February 22nd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
What shift did you work that day?
6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
When you came in at 6 p.m., were you given any information about an incident that may have occurred?
Yes.
What information did you get?
At the time, it was very little information, but I was made aware that a female had been murdered in the IM fields, the intramural fields located on UGA's property, just across the village from my zone.
And when you say just across from my zone, what do you mean by that?
So we divide the county along Millage. Everything on the east side of Millage, like the downtown area, is east side. I work the west side, so everything on the west side, closer to Oconee County and the mall, that's typically assigned to our side of town.
So Millage is basically smack in between the east side and the west side?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the IM fields in that area of the University of Georgia?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that area?
Prior to being a police officer with Athens-Clarke County, I was employed by the University of Georgia Police Department and served on their patrol division for 5 years and some change.
So when you came to work that evening and were given this information, what, if anything, did you do?
My shift, we assigned more units down towards that Millage area, just hoping to assist in any way that we could. I immediately started talking to some of the locals, asking if anybody had heard of anything. Nobody really knew anything and could point me in any sort of direction to start working. At that point, the only real information we'd been provided was a photo, a very grainy photo that I was told was taken from Building S on the University of Georgia's, when I worked there, it was called Family Housing. I'm not sure what it's called now. It's down there off of Rogers Road and East Campus Road. I was told that photo was of someone suspicious in the area that morning. I knew the proximity of Building S to the IM fields and the location that I work for the county down in South Millage, and I began checking in those areas for anything to go off of.
So tell us the proximities that you knew of then. The Building S that you're familiar with, how far away was that from Millage?
From Millage, if it's just a straight line, it's maybe 100, 150 yards, I guess.
And you were made aware of where the woman had been killed. How far away was that from Building S?
Maybe another 100 yards. I still don't know the exact location, but I knew it was within that proximity of walking distance.
And I'm going to approach and show you a few things all at once so that I don't have to keep coming up to you. The first thing I'm going to show you is States 144. Do you recognize 144?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the grainy photo that was taken from Building S that I was provided.
And I would move to admit States 44. 144, I apologize.
Any objection to 144? No. 144 is admitted.
States 140, we're eventually going to get to that, but since I'm up here, I thought I'd go ahead and do it. You recognize States 140?
I do.
What is States 140?
That is a photo I took of a jacket that was located inside of a trash can on the property of either 291 or 295 South Millage Avenue, what used to be Raintree Apartments.
Is it also called Celiac at Azul at one point?
Yes.
And Argo Apartments?
Yes.
Yeah, about how many times has that apartment changed?
Since I've been living in Athens, 4 times. I believe now it is currently the Grove at 5 Points.
So no matter what the name is of that apartment complex, what are the addresses associated?
I believe it's 291 and 295 or 285. I'd have to check my CAD system mapping.
Okay, of Millage Avenue.
Yes.
Are both of those addresses, 285, 291 Millage Avenue, are they both located in Athens, Clark County, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This photograph that you took, which is states 140, does it fairly and accurately depict what you saw in the dumpster on the 22nd day of February 2024?
It does.
Statement moved to admit states 140.
No, no objection. 140's admitted.
And states 141 while I'm up here, what is that?
This is a flash drive that I have signed, and when I signed it, it contained my body cam footage resolving collection of that jacket.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of your body cam footage?
It is.
Statement moved to admit 141.
Any objection to 141? No, sir. 141's admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
So starting first with 144, is that the image that you were talking about that you had received?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you got to work about 6 p.m. that day?
Yes, that's when my shift starts.
Okay. And you had that image, you said you started asking people, you know, millaging around. What else did you do in relation to trying to assist the officers with the crime that had just occurred?
So, given the university's location to Millage, I recalled an incident from 6 years ago where I pursued a subject from Building S, behind Building S, to, at the time, what was Argo Apartments at that 291, 295 address. And there's a perfect cut through that walks through those two. So I figured the ease of access for someone to easily cut over to Millage. I began checking dumpsters, just because people tend to try and get rid of property in dumpsters that they don't want to be in possession of. I checked several dumpsters. We'd also been called to, people were starting to call in about everything at this point, not really knowing what's going on, trying to be helpful. During that time, I found myself at the Rain Tree Apartments, whatever it was called. Started going through those dumpsters. There's one immediately behind the Italian restaurant that's there, that's still on the Rain Tree property. Looked in there, didn't see anything that really appeared to be evident that it was, pertinent to what was going on. I then made my way around. I noticed that the trash had been picked up recently. It's a rather large complex, and
Sorry, we had the lights off before you got
no,
there.
you're fine. And then, so the trash had been picked up either earlier that day or relatively recently, just due to the lack of trash that was in there. I made my way further into the complex, and I noticed there were 3 dumpsters, 2 of which were trash receptacles and one that was clearly marked for recycling. I checked the 2 trash ones. They have the sliding doors on the side. Looked in there, didn't notice anything. Again, nothing that really stuck out to me as pertinent. Finally went to the one that was strictly labeled for recycling. The sides of it were welded shut, but the top was open, so I climbed up onto it and looked down into it, and that's when I noticed the blue jacket.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you notice about the blue jacket? And is it the blue jacket that is depicted here in states 140?
It is.
All right, there's a pointer right next to you. Can you point out the jacket?
Oh, wow.
Oh, it should be, oh, nope, there's your pointer.
Perfect. So that is the jacket. The photo of the suspicious individual, they were wearing a darker colored jacket, appeared to have some shinier zippers or buttons on the front. Again, super grainy, but something to go on. The zipper, as well as it appeared as though there were leaves, and upon further examination, there was a little bit more.
Okay. Could you see anything else on the jacket at some point?
Not from this height. At this point, we didn't want to just be chasing down clothes in dumpsters, but given this proximity to the scene as well as the photo that was taken, I immediately notified my supervisor so that he could contact the University of Georgia Police Department, since they were working the case. Detectives from UGA came out to look at it. They decided they would like to collect the evidence. I volunteered to climb into a dumpster, and upon picking up the jacket, I noticed that there were leaves on it. There were tears on the front as well, and what appeared to be some darker red or brown stains on the sleeves near the wrist.
Okay, and did you notice anything else on the jacket?
There was, I believe in my video I stated it's a button. The front has 2 pockets up here that fold down, and on the bottom has 2 pockets that fold out, that the buttons are used to close those pockets. Wrapped around one of the pocket buttons appeared to be dark hair.
So you jumped into the dumpster.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna show you or publish for you. Your Honor, can we toggle back over?
141. Do you see the screen in front of you? Do you see that address, 2091 South Milledge Avenue?
Yes,
And that is located in Athens, Clarke County, Georgia.
it is.
Is that where you found this jacket?
It is.
Who's that we see in your body cam
That is
video?
Detective Norris from the University of Georgia Police Department. He's the one currently standing on the side of the dumpster. The gentleman on the right is, I'm not sure of his rank at this time, but it is, when I was there, Lieutenant Graham.
Okay. So are those ACC PD officers or UGA PD
University
officers?
of Georgia Police officers.
Thank you.
The first 30 seconds is silent on all of our videos. It gives a chance to buffer and go backwards from time of activation.
Okay.
So
So we'll hear volume in a second.
yes,
All right.
about 10 seconds. Come on. Oh shit. Yeah. There's hair on the buttons, ripped up sleeves. Can you bundle it up with whatever is. Yeah, let me open this bag. Alright. You a brunette? Yes. There's women's long hair wrapped up in the buttons.
Let's stop it at 258 in the top, which of course is UTC. So if it's 258 UTC minus 5 hours, about what time of night was this?
9:58?
Pardon?
9:58?
9:58?
PM,
Okay.
yes.
PM.
You good friends in that.
So, I think you did that right. 2:23:24, 2:58 UTC is 9:58 PM on the 22nd day of February 2024.
Yes.
Right, thank you. I heard you just ask, was she a brunette? Why did you ask that question?
Because the hair wrapped up in the buttons appeared to be darker, didn't appear to be full black, and it definitely wasn't blonde. So.
All right.
While I'm in here, stand by. Are we looking for a white coffee cup? It's not the same. It's part of some other trash. I know I still talk bad about it. I don't see anything else sticking out. You good with it? What? Been called dumb before. Don't want to satisfy a report.
That is fine.
How many dumpsters had you looked at that evening before you got to this one?
Before to this one, I believe there's one dumpster area located behind the Tall Boy Liquor Store, which is at the intersection of Millage and the Inner Loop exit ramp. So that would be 1 or 2 dumpsters there, the other one on that property, and then including the 2 more, so that puts us at 5, and this dumpster makes 6. Somewhere in that area.
All right. And we heard you say something about a coffee cup, a white coffee cup.
Correct.
What was that all about? What were you looking for?
In the, what are we calling it? The grainy photo?
Sure.
In the grainy photo, it appears that the subject's carrying a coffee cup.
Okay, well, hold on just a second. Maybe toggle back over. In states 144, do you see the cup you were talking about?
I do.
Okay, is that in the person's right or left hand?
Their left hand.
All right. Is that what you were looking for in the dumpster?
Yes, I just remembered seeing the photo and seeing a white coffee cup, but it didn't appear large enough, and I picked it up.
And so you didn't find that, but you looked?
Correct.
And anything else in the dumpster that was suspicious to you at all?
No.
Did you notice, and the dumpster seemed kind of high, I mean, how high was it for you to get out? You stood in it, so how tall are you?
My license says 6 foot, it's like 5'11".
Okay.
But in boots, I'm 6 foot, and it's a hair taller than me, so probably 6'3", 6'4". The slit for the opening is, I believe I have to get on my tippy toes to look into it.
Okay.
So that's probably in the area of 6 feet.
All right. And when you hopped out of the dumpster, did you see a camera?
Yes.
Let me back up a little bit, and I want you to show us the camera that you saw when you got out. Okay, I'm gonna go back to where you hop out, and I want you to tell me to stop when you see the camera.
Can we get the video back?
Just a minute, let's go back over.
Oh, sorry. So for the record now, I have states 141, and I'm just using the UTC time at this point at 2:59.
So
I'm stopping it now at 2:59.
yeah. So this apartment right here is Bravo 32 at Raintree Apartments. In that doorway, I believe it's on the left side, you can kind of see a dark spot right there. That dark spot in a clearer video would clearly be a security footage camera of that residence.
Okay. And did you let UGAPD or UGPD know that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I have one moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
Officer Davis?
Yes.
So we obviously see you get the jacket, take custody of the jacket, and before you put it into that paper bag, you were sort of talking to the other officers who were outside of the dumpster, right, describing a little bit?
Correct.
And one of the things we hear you say is that it's torn.
Correct.
And do you recall how many tears?
I do not. I did not want to manipulate the jacket any more than I needed to package it, but I also wanted to get as much of a description that I could at the time.
And then, and obviously you didn't examine it further after you packaged it up?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have.
No, sir.
Will you be excused?
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Brown? You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next witness is going to be a little lengthy, so when we take our afternoon break, so I can make sure, oh, yeah, that actually I have all of the evidence.
Okay.
Do you, it'd be probably a good time to break.
All right, 10-minute recess.
Plunder, aka, and this won't take near as long as what I thought, because one of the documents is from back in March. But I'll still read it to you for, because we got it thanks to our good friend Plunder, aka Pizzala. And we should have gotten it back when, I've requested his, I don't know how many times I've requested his jail file. I don't know why this was not included. But for whatever reason, like I said, Florida is a shit show. So I know everybody remembers the letter that was in the photographs. As soon as I can find it. Open with. Photo. Okay. So that's ready to go. But here's the report. I'm going to read that first. And this is the incident date is July 29th of 2024. And this is the narrative. On the above date and approximate time, I was assigned as the CPOD housing unit officer. At approximately 1450 hours, I was conducting random cell searches in Charlie Pod, or aka CPOD. While searching the cell of inmate Stephen Stearns, he was in Charlie isolation cell number 2. I noticed some yellow pieces of notebook paper. This caught my attention because yellow paper is not allowed in our facility. After finishing the search of the cell, I asked another officer to confirm the presence of the yellow paper, and he also found it unusual. Just as we were about to wrap up, Corporal Dinko entered the pod. I inquired with her about whether yellow paper was permitted. She wasn't certain and asked to see the papers in question. I then requested inmate Stearns to hand over the papers, which he did. I asked him how he obtained the yellow paper, to which he stated that his attorney had provided him with a few blank yellow papers on a prior date. One of the papers turned out poem labeled Maddie. I showed this note to Corporal Dinko. That concludes what I was involved in during this incident. Involved in during this incident. And then this is the other narrative. And this is Vargas when he's doing the act. This is about him doing the actual search and where he found it, etc. On the above date and time, while assigned to CPOD, I was conducting random cell searches. During this time, I searched inmate Stern's cell, who is in number 2. I started by searching the cell carefully, beginning with the table immediately to the right. I went through the books on that table and then checked a stack of books on the floor nearby. Among those books, I found a county-issued Bible with some yellow notebook papers inside. The yellow paper stood out to me because it isn't commonly found in our facility. After finishing the search of the entire cell, I asked Officer Richards to verify it, and he also found it unusual, noting that its contents were strange as well. As we were about to conclude, Dinko entered the pod to conduct her supervisor rounds. She approached us and began speaking with the inmate as part of a wellness check. Officer Richards then asked the inmate about the note on the floor, and Stearns replied that it was a poem he had written. He was then secured back inside the cell, and as we walked away, I asked Corporal Dinko if yellow paper was allowed, and then she wasn't sure and requested to see the papers. I asked inmate Stearns to hand them over, which he did, and then he tells him that his lawyer gave them to him. So there's little tweaks, but it's basically the same thing. And then this is the last part of it. And this is from the supervisor. It says supervisors review /action. After closely examining the note, I noticed a few lines that concerned me. I immediately reached out to Counselor Mendoza from Mental Health Services. Mendoza has been involved with Stearns since he was first brought in because of his high-profile case. After reviewing the note, she agreed with my assessment that it needed to be reported. Mendoza then evaluated Stearns to determine if he needed additional mental health support. After her evaluation, she concluded that he could stay in his assigned cell without any additional restrictions. Photos were taken of the note and uploaded to the appropriate drive. Due to some concerning content within the poem, it was handed over to the police department. And the report is forwarded to the watch commander. So let me stop sharing that. Or no, sorry. I needed to keep sharing that. This isn't what is in the document, but this is the letter that they're talking about. And this letter has been, it's been in the photographs that we've had for months, but we didn't know the context around it. So now we do. So this is, and believe it or not, that is yellow paper. But it says for Maddie, and it's the one they sent, it has her name redacted. And it says, always, your hair was like honey with eyes stormy blue. Gone far too soon. I will always miss you. Your smile was a treasure. Your laughter filled the room. This world is not the same. I will always miss you. I loved you so much. I would have died for you. With no end to my tears, I will always miss you. As I held you in my arms, my heart died with you. Rest in peace, sweetheart. I will always miss you. With a heart signed at the bottom. And that's it. So, what do you guys think? Poem or confession? That's my question.
Gotcha. I don't.
Lieutenant Saunders, if you could stand and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Please take a seat, spell your first and last name.
First name is Daniel, last name Saunders.
Where do you work?
The University of Georgia Police Department,
How long have you worked there?
I worked there since 2008.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
My current duties are I'm assigned as the lieutenant of the administration division.
At one point, were you over the crime scene section?
Yes, I was a sergeant in investigations, and one of my duties was to process crime scenes.
Tell the court a little bit about your training for processing of crime scenes.
Throughout my time at the University of Georgia Police Department, I've taken classes in crime scene investigations, evidence room management, crime scene tech, basic photography, latent print development, and sexual assault investigations.
And how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Since 2008.
How many crime scenes have you had the opportunity to process over your career?
I don't have an exact number, but several.
Were you working on February 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
What were you doing that day?
I was working in investigations that day.
And what, if anything, occurred that day that brings you to court today?
On the 22nd, we had a call go out for a non-accidental death at the intramural fields. I responded to that area to help process the scene.
Were you the lead assigned to process the scene, or did you all call another agency to assist you?
I initially headed that way, and we hadn't called another agency at that time. While I was taking pictures of the scene, I was informed that the GBI was called to come in and process the scene, so I stood by at that point.
When you entered the scene that day, how did you enter the scene?
I went in after crime scene specialist Stewart came in. I kind of followed her as she was taking pictures of the overall area.
At some point, did you observe a item that was not actually within the crime scene, but kind of close to it?
Yes, on the way to where the actual scene itself was, I do remember seeing a white styrofoam cup that was right off the main road leading toward where the scene was. Stood out because it's typically a very clean area right there at the University of Georgia at the intramural fields. So I made a mental note of that at that point.
And did you eventually photograph that cup and collect it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 116 through 120. I'll ask that you look at those for me. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What are they?
These are photos that I took of the cup where it stood when I first saw it.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the cup as you saw it on February 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit 116 to 120.
No objection.
They're admitted.
About what time did you arrive on scene, and about what time did you observe that cup?
My arrival on scene was right around 12:57 is when we arrived at the intramural fields.
And when did you observe that cup?
Immediately upon arrival.
Your Honor, could you toggle back over to Elmo? Thank you. With the court's permission, may I publish 116?
Yes.
Through 120. 116, tell us what we're looking at here.
This is the main route into the intramural field area. There's a large rock on the left. The road that continues past the rock, past that and to the left is where the actual crime scene was.
Okay, so where my pin is, you see that truck?
Yes.
Is that in the direction of where the crime scene was?
Yes.
And to get from where this rock is to where the crime scene is, how do you get there?
The primary route, if you're on a vehicle, it's going to be going directly past that cup. toward where the vehicle is, and then the road curves off to the left.
State's Exhibit 117, what does that depict?
That's a closer up image of the rock and the Cub.
118, what does that depict?
It's the same thing, it's just moving in a little bit closer to where the Cup and the rock are.
And you showed us where the cup is using the pointer in 118? Up, you gotta go up, behind you. You can't point
Oh,
on
sorry.
the screen.
Right.
It's in the middle of 118?
Yeah.
119,
Right here.
in the middle, okay, you can have a seat again. And then State's Exhibit 120, what direction is that?
This is going to be facing toward the east, back toward the family housing area.
And do you see the cup in States 120?
No, not in this image.
Is
Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's
is that hard to
kinda
see
grainy.
because of the glare?
Yeah.
All right.
Right here.
All right, so you pointed out in the right side of the photograph. In this photograph, where is the university housing that you mentioned?
University housing is right here on the hill behind the trees.
Thank you. So, did you collect this cup?
Yes.
And when you went to collect the cup, did it have anything in it or was it empty?
It had a liquid inside of the cup.
And did you smell the liquid?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you smell?
It smelled like alcohol.
You have gloves?
Yes.
You can put those on, please. I'm gonna hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 148. And ask that you look inside of that, and I'll ask you questions.
Yeah.
Do you recognize State's 148?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the cup that I collected, that was featured in that photograph.
And did the cup that you collect also have a straw with it?
Yes.
And is this cup in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it?
Yes.
And do you see the straw and the top to the cup as well in there?
Yes.
State would move to admit States 148, request permission to publish.
No objection.
148 submitted, and you may.
Prior to collecting the cup, what did you do with the liquid?
I poured it in a separate container and sealed that, separate from the cup.
States Exhibit, I'm gonna approach you with what is marked States Exhibit 154. Do you recognize States 154?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a map of the intramural field where the cup was and also where the crime scene was.
And we're using States 154, Andrew, in your testimony before the board today to show him the relationship between the cup and the crime scene.
Yes.
And this is an accurate overhead image of the crime scene from that day. I mean, as it was depicted that day.
Yes.
Statement moved to commit 154, request permission to publish.
I don't have objection B, but didn't bring them on for that purpose.
Submitted for that purpose.
I'm gonna print out the. Lieutenant, if you could use your pointer again and show us here what we're looking at, can the court and counsel see?
Okay. This is the location of where that cup was, right here next to the rock. And this road is the main road that I took to the crime scene, which then loops around and comes back through here, and this is where the scene itself was.
And in States 154, do you also see Building S?
Yes, right here.
And is it marked Building S?
Yes.
And then also, did you respond to a call later that evening to an apartment complex named Argo, sometimes called Rain Tree, but it's at 2084 Millage Avenue?
I did, yes.
And do you see that also in State's Exhibit 154?
Yes, right. Right here.
At the bottom?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, you can have a seat. In addition to collecting that cup, did you assist Special Agent Stewart in processing the scene?
Yes.
Tell us how you assisted her.
I assisted her by collecting the actual items that were on the scene, by helping her physically put them in the bags, the collection bags. Also, when I collected the cup, and when we found the victim's cell phone, I collected, or Agent Stewart collected that, and then I processed it.
Also, the items that were collected by yourself and Special Agent Stewart that day, were they sealed by you?
Yes.
And were they dropped off at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab for processing, sealed?
Yes.
Did you collect the Garmin watch off of Laken Riley's body?
I did.
And did you also bag her hands on the scene?
I did.
How did you bag her hands on scene?
Using CSS Stewart provided me with the handbags that she had, and I placed it on the victim's hands.
I'm going to hand you two items. The first one is State's Exhibit 146. And the next one is State's Exhibit 153. I'm going to ask you about 146 first. Do you recognize 146?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the bag that I placed the victim's watch in after I removed it from her wrist.
And if you open up another side, you see inside the bag?
Yes.
And what's inside the bag?
The Garmin Forerunner watch.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it?
Yes.
And when you arrived on scene, was the watch still running?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 146.
No objection. 146 is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
And there's 153. I'm going to ask you about 153, but before I do that, tell us about when the phone was found. How did you physically process the phone?
Using a sterile brush and sterile black powder that Agent Stewart had in her crime scene vehicle.
Okay, and did y'all do that together as well?
She photographed the item prior to me processing it. After she was done photographing it, I physically processed the phone itself.
Okay, and were you able to lift a latent lift off of that phone?
Yes.
If you could look at States 153, what is that?
This is the latent lift from that phone.
The state would move to admit States 153.
No objection.
153 is admitted.
And I want to ask you, did you note on the lift card where on the phone you found that impression? Or developed that impression? Or saw that impression?
Yes, there's a drawing on the front of the print card itself on where that print came from.
All right, is that the mark that you have there? Is that an X?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll publish that to the court. So it's this drawing here where it says sketch and an X.
Correct.
That's where you saw the impression.
Correct.
And this latent lift card and Special Agent Stewart's photographs of the latent lift that you all saw on Laken Riley's phone on the 22nd day of February 2024. What did you do with those items? What happened to the photographs and the latent lift card itself?
Those were provided to Tim Stewart with Athens Clarke County Police Department.
And what was the purpose of providing those items to him?
He is the local APHIS fingerprint examiner. So those were provided for him for comparison purposes and to run on APHIS.
I want to direct your attention to later on that evening. About what time did you leave the crime scene?
We left, the crime scene work was actually complete around 8:45. We left closer to 9 o'clock.
When you left, where did you go?
We were headed back to the station. On the way there, I received notification that Officer Davis with the Athens-Clarke County Police Department had found some items, a jacket that may have been related to our crime scene.
So did you respond to that location?
Yes.
When you were there, what, if anything, did you collect or see?
While we were on the scene, I collected, I handed an evidence bag to Officer Davis with Athens-Clarke County Police Department. He put a blue jacket inside of that bag, and we also collected a set of gloves that were found in a bush nearby where the dumpster was.
I am going to hand you what has been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 121 and 130, through 130, not in, but through 121 through 130. Ask that you look at those photographs. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What are they?
These are pictures of what I took that evening of the dumpster that the jacket was found in, the jacket itself that was in the dumpster, and then the gloves that were found in the bush, the relation of the bush to where the dumpster is.
And do they fairly and accurately depict those items as you saw them on that evening?
Yes.
The same moved to admit 121 through 130.
No objection.
121 through 130.
Request permission to publish.
No.
What are we looking at there?
The dumpster that the jacket was found in is right here.
Okay, can we dim the lights again? Because now the glare is back. Thank you.
This dumpster right here is where the jacket was found in.
And that's the one closest to the patrol car?
Correct.
And whose patrol car is that? I mean, as far as what agency?
Athens-Clarke County Police Department.
Thank you. 122, what are we looking at there?
It's another image of the dumpster just from another angle.
123?
A closer up image of the dumpster itself.
124?
This is an overhead view inside the dumpster. You can see the edge of the dumpster where I held the camera up and photographed the jacket that was found inside.
125?
And it's a closer up image of the jacket itself, just with a little bit better lighting.
All right, and do you see a button on that jacket?
Yes.
Can you point that out? And on your photograph, do you see anything around the button?
Yes, there was hair around this button.
126?
It's the jacket itself again.
And so you said there were some bushes.
Correct.
And you went and looked there and recovered some gloves. What brought you to do that? How did you go to go look in some bushes?
As we were searching the area around where the jacket was found, we had noticed that there was a security camera in one of the apartments nearby. We spoke with a resident of that apartment, and he allowed us to
view his camera footage from that security camera that was pointed at the dumpster. After watching that security footage, we noticed that somebody had put an item in that dumpster. And then after they put the item in the dumpster, they walked toward the bush and appeared to put something in the bush as well. So we checked that specific area of the bush where you could see somebody put something in there.
And what, if anything, did you see in the bush when you checked it?
Some gloves that were wrapped up together.
What kind of gloves?
They were black, black gloves.
Cloth or not cloth?
No, not cloth.
States 130, what does that depict?
That is a picture of the bush in relation to where the dumpster itself was.
Can you tell us which bush you went into? Because I see 2 in States 130.
Yes, I believe it was this one, but one of the other pictures should show it from a different angle as well.
Okay. States 127.
Yeah, it was this bush right here.
And when you say this one, is that the one in the middle? Or
Correct, the one in the middle. It was found right here in these branches.
States 129.
That's how the gloves were situated. We hadn't touched them or anything at this point. This is how they were found in the bush.
And 128.
That's a little bit closer up or further off image of where the gloves were found in the bush.
And how many gloves were there?
I did not unravel the gloves on scene.
Okay, so what did you do with them?
They were turned into the GBI crime lab afterwards.
And did you package them before you did that?
Yes.
How did you package them?
I packaged them in a paper bag.
And same question with the jacket. When the jacket was collected, did you package it?
Yes.
And did you seal it?
Yes.
Did you seal the gloves also?
I did.
And were those items delivered to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 147 and 149. I'm going to leave them both up here if you're going to ask them to look at 147.
Yes.
What is 147?
This is the jacket that was recovered from the dumpster.
And it has gone to the crime lab, correct?
Correct.
For testing.
Yes.
The state will move to admit state 149. 147.
Any objection?
No objection.
147 is admitted.
Yeah, published.
Yes.
And is there a hood on this jacket that I'm holding?
Yes.
One 49. First of all, do you recognize the outer packaging, which is in marked 149?
Yes.
And inside 149 is what? Just describe what it is.
Yep. 3 individual envelopes inside there.
And do you see a crime lab number associated with those?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just read that out for the record?
It's 2024-1005-107.
And those 3 items, go ahead and look inside. And do you recognize those 3 items inside the envelopes?
Those are 3 black gloves.
And the state would move to admit states 149.
No objection.
149 submitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just gonna publish one of these out of 149. In front of you also is 145. So I'm gonna ask you, after the collection of the gloves and the jacket, did you have the opportunity to also assist Special Agent Stewart in processing of the defendant in this case? Courtroom today.
Yes.
Could you please point to him and describe the article of clothing he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue and white checkered shirt.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. States, can you give me that evidence number again? Is that 145?
145.
Okay. Are those the swabs that you collected?
Yes.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state will move to admit states 145.
No objection.
145 submitted.
Moving on to other matters that you did in this case, I want to hand you what has been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 131 through 139. If you could look at those for me. Recognize those?
Yes.
What are they?
These are pictures that I took of a bag that was seized by ACCPD from Diego Ibarra.
What day did you obtain that bag from ACCPD?
The bag was obtained from ACCPD on the 26th of February, 2024.
When you obtained from ACCPD a bag that belonged to Diego Ibarra, did you search the bag?
Yes.
Okay. And did you look at the items inside the bag?
Yes.
And did you photograph the items inside the bag?
Yes.
And do States Exhibits 131 through 139 depict the photographs that you took?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the items of Diego's bag and items inside the bag as you saw them on February 26th of 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit 131 through 139.
No objection.
Admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
And in looking through the items that belonged to Diego Ibarra, did you see any items that had any blood on it?
No.
States 131, what's that?
That's a picture of the bag.
States 134, what are those?
Those are 2 gloves that were found inside of the bag.
States 135.
The other side of those gloves that were found in the bag.
Now, are those cloth gloves or plastic gloves?
Those are cloth gloves. One of them is kind of a mix of leather type material and cloth.
And were there any blood on these items?
No.
Or was there any blood on those items?
No.
137,
That's a picture of the inside of the bag itself.
138,
That is the shoes that were inside the bag. I took those out and photographed them.
and these are just other items. Let's see, 136,
Those were found inside the bag as well.
139,
Those also found inside the bag.
133,
That was inside the bag.
132.
And that was in the bag as well.
Did you collect from the Athens Clarke County Police Department a black Adidas style hat?
Yes.
Tell us under what circumstances you collected that and when.
That was collected at the same time that I collected the bag from the Athens Clarke County Police Department. There was a search warrant that Sergeant Rabu had obtained for those items that had been taken off Diego Ibarra when he was taken into custody by ACCPD.
The black Adidas style hat, did you look at it?
When I collected it, I did not. It was already sealed in a bag from the Athens Clarke County Police Department.
And that sealed bag, did you take that sealed bag to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I did.
And I'm handing you a spin mark for identification purposes as States Exhibit 151. Do you recognize your handwriting on States 151?
Yes.
So what is States 151?
This is the evidence bag that I placed the Athens Clarke County evidence bag inside of.
Okay, and what was inside the Athens Clarke County bag?
A black Adidas hat.
And was that all delivered to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit States 151 and link it up with another witness, Your Honor. No objection.
It's submitted.
And States 151, do you also see that same crime lab number on States 151?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Did you also obtain a cell phone, a blue Motorola cell phone seized from Diego Ibarra from ACCPD?
I did at the same time that I picked up the bag and the hat.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 152.
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is, this is the cell phone that was seized or that was collected from ACCPD. I then placed it inside of one of our evidence bags.
And was that the cell phone seized from Diego Ibarra on February 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
Say we move to admit States 152.
No objection.
152 submitted.
Of all the items, just globally, so I want to make sure that this was clear for the record. Of all the items that you collected from the scene of Laken Riley's murder, so that would be Daniela Stewart's numbers 1 through 8, you know what I'm talking about?
Mhm.
Her evidence markers?
Yes.
Yes. All of those items that you collected, did you seal those items yourself?
Yes.
And did you deliver those to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Lieutenant Saunders?
Yes.
Lieutenant, you were called to the scene on February 22nd, you said around 2 o'clock p.m.?
No.
You can look at your report if you
Yeah,
can
we
refresh.
arrived around 12:57.
12:57, okay. And you had initially started to process, or you were moving toward the scene to process it yourself.
I was, right, before I was notified that the GBI was on the way, I took some photographs of the overall scene.
Sure. And then when you were told GBI was sending somebody, you kind of held off until they arrived.
Correct.
And is it fair to say?
Yes.
Or, okay. Was there any investigative act that you took the lead on, or were you just letting her and following along behind her?
The only thing that I didn't, or that I collected without being in the presence of Agent Stewart was the styrofoam cup and the jacket and the gloves later on.
Okay. Let's talk about the latent fingerprint discovered on the phone. That was later at night, around 9 o'clock? You can refer to your report.
It was later at night. It was a little bit before 9 o'clock.
And before you processed it for fingerprints, you noticed that it was the fingerprint appeared to be made with some sort of reddish substance.
There appeared to be some sort of reddish substance in the fingerprint.
Did you believe it was blood?
I wasn't sure what it was.
Okay. Was it a liquid red substance?
It appeared to be made from a liquid, yes.
So we have heard you use the term processed. What do you mean by processed?
When I say process, it can mean different things, but in this particular case, I mean using fingerprint powder and a fingerprint brush to make the print itself stand out.
And what is that fingerprint powder made of?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. When you use fingerprint powder on a substance, is that substance then able to be chemically examined, or does the fingerprint powder kind of ruin whatever chemical substance was there before?
So I know the fingerprint powder and the brush we use is DNA free. As far as chemical processing afterwards, I can't say whether or not that would prevent anything like that from being done.
Was the surface of the phone ever tested for DNA?
The surface of the phone was swabbed.
And were those swabs sent off for DNA testing?
They were given to the GBI crime lab.
And was that done after the latent print was processed?
Yes.
I had a question. I noticed that both you and Ms. Ross are putting on gloves to handle the evidence today. Can you explain why that is?
We change our gloves between handling different items of evidence to avoid any sort of cross-contamination with the DNA.
Because DNA can be transferred by as simple as a touch, is that right?
I can't say how much of a touch it takes to transfer DNA.
But your testimony a moment ago was that you put on gloves to avoid transferring that DNA.
Correct.
When we looked at States 147, the blue jacket, part of the jacket was actually kind of missing. You could see the white lining inside the jacket.
Correct.
That was a cutting that wasn't there when you photographed the jacket in the dumpster. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay, so that was done later at the crime lab.
Correct.
And so I just wanted to clarify that's not the tear you guys are talking about when you see the dumpster in the video.
The large cutting is not the tear that we saw in the dumpster.
Okay. So one thing that it was hard for us to see in here was the condition of the gloves. Now, you were present when defense counsel looked at the gloves a couple weeks ago or last week.
Yes.
Right, okay. And we actually kind of like spread them out on the table. And the gloves, they're not latex gloves, right?
I'm not sure what material they are.
What I mean by that is they're not the stretchery, rubbery consistence of the gloves that you and Miss Ross are
They're
wearing.
not. No, they're not like stretchy material.
They're more like, I don't know, papery, thin material.
They are thinner gloves.
Would it be consistent to say they look like food service gloves?
I've never worked in the food service industry, so I can't.
When you pull them out of the bag now, they've been kind of cut along the entire seam so that they're almost like a butterfly effect spread out.
Correct.
But in your report, you document, or you and a detective or Miss Stewart document, there are some tears in the gloves. How were those documented before they were cut up for processing?
So when I collected the gloves, they were still bundled up in a ball. I did not undo the ball to photograph the condition. From what I understand, from when they were photographed at the crime lab, a tear was seen in the gloves.
So when you picked up the gloves, they were tangled up in one bundle, as you said.
They were all together in a ball.
And when you got them back, they had already been kind of cut out and kind of expanded for the processing.
They had been processed at the crime lab.
Okay. So you didn't ever have a chance to document kind of the condition of the gloves?
I did not.
But you are aware that there were 3 of them that came back?
I did not know how many gloves were in the bundle when I collected it.
But you are aware that 3 of them came back?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you about DNA collection. The same day that you collected DNA from multiple individuals, is that right?
The only swabs that I did was on Jose.
So you didn't collect the swabs for the other individuals being tested?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of who collected those swabs?
I know I didn't collect them.
When you went to collect Mr. Ibarra's DNA, you first tried buccal swabs?
Yes.
Okay. I learned today that they're pronounced buccal, not buccal. But those are the inside of the cheek?
Correct.
Okay. And then you also did swabs around the fingernail area?
Correct.
And Ms. Stewart said that was because the fingernails were too short to be cut, is that right?
They were too short to be cut.
Okay. And did you send those swabbings off to the lab as well?
Those, I would have to see my evidence sheet to see if they were sent off.
So you're not sure if they were sent off?
They were not tested.
Okay. That was going to be my next question. So you never got them back from the lab with a result on them?
I know they were not tested.
But you just don't know if you sent them off to be tested?
I couldn't tell you without looking at the evidence sheet.
I want to talk briefly about what you found in Diego's gray bag. You showed us a picture of cloth gloves that were in the bag?
Correct.
And it's a little hard to tell, but you would agree with me that those are not from the same pair of gloves?
No, they're 2 different style gloves.
Do they still comprise a left and a right hand, to your knowledge?
One of them is a cloth hand, a cloth glove. It's kind of like these.
Okay.
It could be on the right or the left hand.
Okay. But you never found the other 2 matching gloves that would have completed those 2 sets throughout your investigation?
Those were the only 2 gloves in the bag.
And when you were looking at items for blood, how do you do that?
Visual inspection.
Did you use any sort of, infrared lighting to see if blood was apparent on these gloves?
No, it was just visual inspection.
It was just visual inspection? Did you consider using any sort of specialized lighting or chemicals to see if there was blood on those gloves?
I can just tell you I didn't.
Okay.
I just looked at the gloves.
And those gloves were not sent off to the lab?
No.
Okay. Just a moment. Just to clarify a point of your testimony, Mr. Saunders, you said that no item collected from Diego had blood. But just to clarify, the black Adidas hat was collected from Diego, is that correct?
Yeah, I can tell you nothing in the bag that I looked through had blood that I was able to see.
Understood. Nothing else.
Just briefly, and if you felt like you needed to do more of an examination of those items from Diego's backpack, you could have sent them off, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there anything that you saw in there, in that backpack, that made you think there was blood on any of those items?
No, there was nothing that would indicate there was blood on anything in that backpack.
Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Beck?
No, Your Honor.
Can he be excused?
You're excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Detective Preston Norris. Can I have 175? Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony that you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and spell it for Madam Clerk.
First name is Preston, Preston. Last name Norris, N is in November, Orris.
Where do you work?
University of Georgia Police.
How long have you worked there?
Going on 6 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant in the Criminal Investigations Division.
That is your rank, and you tell us where you work, but what do you do day in and day out?
So I am now the evidence custodian and property management detective in the Detective Bureau. So I'll also oversee a group of corporal detectives and work cases that are assigned to me whenever they come in.
Were you assigned as the lead investigator in the murder of Laken Riley?
I was.
Tell us, first of all, did you respond to the scene of her murder?
I did.
What time did you get there?
Approximately 1 o'clock.
What did you do while you were there?
I assisted Sergeant Daniel Saunders. Well, he's a lieutenant now. He was the lead evidence custodian at the time. I assisted him and GBI Special Agent Daniela Stewart in processing the crime scene.
And assisting them, at some point, were you an individual or the individual that was able to locate Laken Riley's phone?
I was.
Tell the court about that process and how it is that you were able to find her phone.
Okay, so we were unable to find her phone that entire day. We had evidence that showed that it was still in the area based on what her roommates were saying, that it was still pinging near where the body was found. And we also had live pings coming from Verizon, which was the cell phone provider that Laken had. So we knew it was still in the area. We believed it may be under where her body was located. So as soon as the coroner removed her body, we first searched in that area for the cell phone. It was not there. So then I started a periodic search around where the body was located. And about 25 minutes into that process, I found the phone.
Okay. By the time that you did that, what's a periodic search?
So I did like a 20-yard perimeter of where her body was found. So I went directly in front of where the body was found, looked in that area, kind of moved to the right, basically moved in a circle around the body within like 20 yards, shining my flashlight just to see if I could get anything to reflect off the light. And the phone did reflect off my flashlight.
So by the time that you were doing that, was it dark?
It was very dark.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 171. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
This is my flex cam footage of me finding the cell phone.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of that process?
It is.
And the state would move to Exhibit 171, request permission to publish.
No objection. 171 submitted, you may vote.
Can we toggle back over, Your Honor? Is that you that just talked?
Yes, that is my voice.
What did you say?
I almost stepped on it.
And by it, you meant?
The cell phone.
All right, so you see your flashlight. What time was this now if you look at the time on your flex cam?
In Eastern Standard Time, this is 6:56 in the evening.
And what are the white things that we see in your reflection off your light?
Dust, bugs, just stuff.
Things that are in the woods?
Yes.
So you locate the phone, and then who ends up collecting that phone?
Daniela Stewart with the GBI and Sergeant Saunders.
So how long were you at the scene the day Laken Riley was murdered?
Roughly 8.5 hours, I'd say.
And at some point, when you left, where did you go?
We were on the way back to the police station when Captain Graham received a call. In the vehicle was Captain Graham, Sergeant Saunders, and myself. He received a call from someone at ACCPD in reference to one of their officers locating a jacket at the, I refer to it as the Argo Apartments, located at 2085 South Millage Avenue. One of their officers had found a jacket that they wanted us to look at.
The Argo Apartments located there off Millage Avenue, are those located in Clark County, Georgia?
Yes, they are.
I'm sorry, Athens, Clark County, Georgia.
Yes.
And is that on UGA property, or is that, how close is that to UGA?
It abuts UGA property, roughly 50 yards from UGA property.
So you went over there, and what happened once you got there?
So first things first, we met with Officer Zach Davis, who was the one that located the jacket. We kind of got a brief from him, what he had noticed inside the recycling dumpster. I tried to look in through the slit. I could not see anything inside the dumpster, so I climbed over the side of the dumpster to get a look at the jacket. And after I made those observations, I agreed that we needed to collect it. And once I jumped back off of the dumpster, I was kind of looking in the area for anything else that stood out to me. And when I turned to my right, I saw a video camera that was looking at me at one of the neighboring apartments.
What did you do after you saw the video camera?
I went and talked to the resident who lived in that apartment.
Did the resident allow you in?
Yes.
And what's his name for the record?
Edwin Edelinsky.
Could you spell his last name for Madam Porter, please?
Edelinsky.
When he allowed you in, what did you ask, and what did you do while you were in his apartment?
I asked him if it was his apartment and if he knew if the video camera was working that was facing towards the dumpster, and he said that it was.
Yeah. Don't tell me what he said, but did he allow you to look at his video?
Yes, he did.
And did you look at his video?
I did.
From apartment B32?
Yes.
And did you collect video from apartment B32?
I did.
And I'm going to then show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 173. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It is a video clip that I collected from the owner of that residence.
And it is a fair and accurate recording of the video that you collected from B32.
That is correct.
State would move to admit 173.
Any objection to 173?
Can I have just a second with the council?
Yes.
Judge, I think that this is without Mr. Edelinsky here to verify that that was captured and that the system was working appropriately, that would not be admissible.
That's not required. It's just a matter of what he saw that day, and he recorded himself that evening. So I think we have created the appropriate foundation for that.
I'll admit over objection.
Thank you, Judge.
So States 173, I'm going to request permission to publish. When you viewed that evening in his apartment.
Yes.
And you got a recording of it from him, correct?
Yes, he emailed it to me.
And you also saw it yourself from his device, right?
Yes, yes.
What type of camera did he have?
It was a UFI camera, EUFI.
And the thing that he emailed you, was it exactly the identical video that you had seen with your own eyes from his UFI camera when you were standing inside his apartment?
Yes. That's the wrong clip.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. me look at the date. Oh, wait, these are the
Yeah,
wrong ones,
yeah.
sorry. Is it the one in the middle?
It's a different
Oh,
flash
the different
drive.
one, hold on,
Yeah.
just 1 minute. It says guys. You obtained a lot of Eufy video from
Yes,
him.
I did.
This one that I just showed then, which is 173, just tell us what Eufy clips these are.
These are video clips of two Hispanic males that Sophia and Lily saw the day of the murder on the 22nd.
And you obtained those as well in the same manner?
Yes, I did.
Hold on just 1 moment. We're missing a thumb drive. I can't read your handwriting. May I approach? Is that, say 124?
Yeah, that's not it.
So where does that leave us with 173?
We're still going to admit that and make it relevant a little later.
Okay, so you're withdrawing 173?
No, I still want the 173 in that part of 173 as well. There were several UV clips, so I'll get him to explain which clips these are.
Okay.
And may we have?
Let me make sure I understand. All of 173 came from that apartment camera that was focused on this. Is that what- is
That's
that
correct. All of 173 came from apartment UFI camera from B32.
Okay.
It's just that he got several different days and different clips from that day from B32, and this one is just a different one than the
Okay.
one that I am looking for with the thumb drive that we cannot find right now. So 1 moment, Your Honor. This has got to be in there somewhere.
Judge, while we're here, I know that the state's looking to admit this, we have the same objection to this, which is that Officer Norris cannot independently verify that the system that was capturing these videos was working appropriately, and thus it's all hearsay. He doesn't know, he's not able to lay that foundation.
Well, how is it different from a homeowner that comes in and then retrieves a recording that wasn't there to see it? It's unlike a photograph where people take a photograph and you ask about a foundation, about them being able to testify that it accurately depicts the scene at the time. I don't know what the difference would be.
I think it's less about the accuracy of the scene itself, which no one could testify to who didn't actually see it themselves. It's whether or not the video that is captured, it's the same way of any other surveillance video in a bar or a gas station, anything like that, that the owner and the operator of that system has to be able to testify that the system itself was working appropriately when the recording was made in order to lay the foundation for the video showing it is an actual video of what it's supposed to be. And so that's what the objection is, Judge.
That is absolutely not true under Georgia law. Georgia law has a statute that is aimed exactly at videos like this, and I will pull it up if I get my computer to come up, that talks about the authentication of videos that are self-recording, like Rings, like Eufy, like body cam, like dash cam. And the state has made the appropriate foundation, or has met the appropriate foundation for this type of video in this case.
And it's still admitted.
And we're still turning here, but I need 1 moment, y'all. We have misplaced one thumb drive, and I really do need to go find it real quick. May we take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
It is, we have about 27 thumb drives at this point, and I cannot read his handwriting, so I need to find it briefly.
Would it help, does he need to step down? and help?
Yes, may he step down as well, but it might be in our office as well. So let me, if I could.
You want me to send the jury back to the jury room while we do
That would be
this?
great. Can we take a 5-minute break for the jury? And I will see if I can